Hello, loves. How are you all doing? I hope you're doing wonderful tonight. It's Lisa. It's your girl, your internet bestie. So we're gonna do an all signs tonight and just look. Hi, Wizard's Path. How are you? We're just gonna look at some messages that you need. Basically, I'm just gonna set the intention that the insight that you need most on whatever kind of current situation is most prominent or important in your life right now, that you can get some insight that is most needed on that situation. So we're going to just look at the engaging circumstances or energy around you, how you are experiencing that, or the energy that you are kind of bringing to the table, what happened in the recent past, what might be coming in the near future, and then some advice. So we'll see what comes through. We'll see what we need to know at this time. And I also have some other all signs that are scheduled and booked, which you can see on my main page. There's like 3 more coming up. So they are all different topics. So you might find one of those interesting as well. So you might want to look and see when things are going to be happening. But yeah, oh, it's actually hot in here for a change, and I have the fireplace on, so I might turn that off quickly because as of right now, I don't feel like I actually need it for once, even though it is snowing outside, because I live in the frigid land of Alberta, Canada. Just give me 1 second to get rid of that, because I'm burning up. And I'm ironically wearing the Calgary Flames t-shirt. And I'm like, I'm so hot. I don't know what's happening. Okay. So I hope you guys are doing well and surviving the first ripples or waves of this Pluto and Aquarius transit, which is insane. I did a live last night where we dug into some of the energies, so if you're interested in seeing what the collective might be kind of experiencing, then go check that out. Yeah, the energies did come through as nothing short of intense. What's up, August? You're doing well? Good. That's what we like to hear. Okay. So I'm just going to do a little bit of a cleanse before we get started, and I'm also just going to quickly put my tarot decks in order so that I know what deck I'm using for each sign, because I did not have time to do that before. So just give me a second to get organized a little bit. But there is information that you need about me, or that you might want about me, most likely in the info box where you find such things. There's information on Superchats in there. If you want a super chat, then just check that out. And let's see, socials, our Discord fam, which is a great community of people. So if you want to join that, it's a free app to join. My all signs tend to be decently long because I just really take my time and flow. So when you come in while we are live, there will be a GIF up in this corner telling you what sign we're on. But then when you come back after the all signs is done, there will be timestamps for you in the pinned comment and the info box also, so that you know how to just skip right to wherever you want to be. And I don't read for one particular placement, so you can watch for basically any energy that is really prominent, that resonates with you in your chart. What's up, Tequila? How's it going, girl? All right, we'll take you while we have you. Okay, so yeah, is there anything else I need to say? You can cross watch for people that you care about if you want. Obviously, just use your discernment always. If a message is annoying you, if you're triggered by it, if it's just grinding on you, then it most likely isn't holding the resonance of truth for you. So be aware of that. Don't be frustrated by it. Don't give your power away to a message that is not for you, or, take in a narrative that's not your narrative. That will just confuse you more than anything and throw you off, right? So try not to be frustrated. If a certain message isn't for you, just try to check your other placements. And hopefully I will be able to get the message through that you need somewhere along the way. Okay. Yeah, so just give me a second here to put these bad boys in some sort of semblance of order. Okay. How are you guys doing? Are you doing okay? How's your week going so far? And my freaking laptop. Okay, I'm gonna turn down the brightness on my screen so that it hopefully doesn't have a heart attack here. Okay. Let's see here. Is there anything else I need to say? I don't think so. I think that most people that watch tarot consistently pretty much know the ins and outs of things, right? So unless you're new, but if you do have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat box, and I'm sure either I or somebody else can help you out. What's up, Kiss? Okay, it's good to see some names that I don't usually see in here. Thanks for saying hi in the chat. Okay, next one. Okay. Alright. Usually I'm slightly organized. Tonight I'm truly rolling with the chaotic flow of things. Thank you for everyone or everybody that did come and hang out with me last night to chat about those energies. Yesterday was kind of just like a emotionally charged day for me, so I really appreciated having the community to be my buddies. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So we're gonna get into it. We're going to start with Aries as usual, and we're gonna go all the way through to Pisces. If there are super chats, then they will be answered at the end, and they'll be time-stamped and everything, so if you can't stay till the end, just know that you will be able to check the timestamps and find where your super chat is, if that is the case, okay? All right. So we're gonna mix some oracle cards in with the tarot and just see if we can get a good picture of what is going on in your world right now. And again, it's my intention to bring through just kind of the most important messages for you for your current situation to help guide you and just give you maybe some extra insight. What's up, Daniel? You're about to have a tequila. Nice. Always just bringing the party. Bringing the party. That's great, though. Let's see. Okay. I think we've got things handled on my side of things here, so let's do a quick cleanse and just take some breaths and ground into the energy. If you guys have a situation, a relationship, an energy that you are working through that you do feel confused about, or like you would really like some clarity, now is a great time to just do a little bit of intention setting. Intend to connect to my energy, or intend to open your energy up so that I can more easily connect to you. And I will do the best that I can. Okay. So let's use some Palo. a little smoke out as well here. Go. And then just gonna write a couple little symbols here. Some incense. And this is basically just to clear the energy, cleanse it, put some protection up to hold a sacred space so that we ensure that the energies that we're channeling or the messages that are coming through are for the highest and best good of all. Some sandalwood here. Okay. Good. All right. Okay. Aries. So let's tap into my Aries babes energies here and see what advice is needed or what insight is needed into the current situation. Let's see, shall we? Put this on before I forget. Into the energy of Aries, the Aries that need this message most at this time. Aries collective energy. What does Aries need to know about the surrounding energies? And this could always be reversed. So if you do have someone else's energy super prominent in your energy right now, and this sounds like their story, then sometimes that does happen, and it's not really that strange for a general reading for that to happen. So it might just be coming through because there is something that you are meant to see more from their perspective, or some insight that's needed from that angle. Do you know what I mean? So maybe it's just that you need less insight about how you're feeling, but more about someone else that's involved in a situation with you. So keep that in mind as well. And try to keep an open mind if that happens, but also be discerning, okay? All right. Let's get some. You guys see me while I'm shuffling? I know you guys like to see the cards fall. Try to get it so that you can see. So for Aries, okay. Oh, there you are. Okay. Past. Okay. Cards are flying everywhere. There could be some energy that's just really quickly shifting for you right now, and that could be mentally, emotionally, physically, or spiritually, so keep that in mind. But the cards are kind of wild and acting up a little bit, so it could feel kind of disorganized or like a little bit of a chaotic energy in some area. 2 more cards. Aries. Why? Why are you being difficult? It could be that there's a situation that does not want to be. It's like the energy doesn't want to be read, or maybe you're frustrated. Maybe somebody else in the situation is frustrated. Maybe both of you are frustrated. Why are the cards not behaving? Okay. Advice. Okay. Let's see. Let's get you some oracle cards too. Okay. Clarify that situation or the engaging energy for me. All right. Let's see what's going on. Oh, some cards that fell are on the ground. What are these cards? I didn't see them down there. Are these significant? No. Okay. All right. So let's get into this. Let's timestamp you and see what's going on. Aries. Hello, my beautiful Aries. I hope that you are doing well. So let's take a look at the current situation and just the energy surrounding you and what you might need to know at this time. So the energy that is most prominently engaging with you right now is the Queen of Cups. So it's the energy of unconditional love, generally with someone with which it is reciprocated. But it doesn't always have to be. The Queen of Cups is just an unconditionally loving energy, a highly intuitive energy. She loves herself unconditionally first, which is the reason why she has unconditional love to give to those around her. But it did come out with this card with the cat that says unlikely to apologize. Okay. This to me seems like someone who loves you but is also like, it's not even fed up with you, but it's more so like, look at the way that she's looking at that. she's looking at the unlikely to apologize, but the Queen of Cups is still in the upright. So it's telling me that this person's not in their ego. They're still in a space of love and open-heartedness, and their intuition is very clear. But at the same time, there is some sort of boundary that has been set by this person. And it's almost like they are like, I'm at peace with my side of things, you know? And with this unlikely to apologize card, I don't know if this is someone that you had a falling out or a fight with, but if so, it's kind of looking like they are giving you your space, or they're letting you leave, you know? And they're not chasing, they're not going to come in begging or apologizing for something that isn't on them, you know what I mean? But at the same time, they're also not shutting down their heart. So they're staying open-hearted. There's no like love lost. I'm not really picking up any poor feelings, but at the same time, they're like, I know where I stand, and it's kind of just giving this, I'm good with where I am, with who I am and where I am kind of thing. This person, they are feeling a lot, though. It's like, because the Seven of Cups just came out, and the Seven of Cups is kind of just about feeling the full range of, or having yourself open to the full range of emotion. And for that reason, it can be connected to an energy of confusion. Because obviously being connected to like or being open to feeling kind of anything and everything that moves through you, that is positive, because energy, we don't want to repress or just like stagnate energy, especially emotional energy. We want to just optimally kind of let it flow through us. But at the same time, especially when there are, let's say, when you're holding feelings that may not necessarily complement one another, when a part of you, for instance, might be like a little bit stubborn or frustrated, but then the other part of you is like in an energy of openness and unconditional love, that's not impossible. It's not impossible to hold those at the same time. But I want to clarify that a little bit more, because there's something here where this person, they are feeling, it's not overwhelming, because again, the Queen of Cups in the upright can hold space for all emotions that she's feeling, and she can kind of be graceful and not judge any of them as they come up, allowing them to process and flow through her and almost transmute through the heart, which is really positive. But what is this at the bottom of this? No, okay. Tell me more about this Seven of Cups. Why is that here? This is someone that could feel like, yeah, like they don't want any conflict. They themselves are quite confident and hopeful. And it's like, the way that the cards are on the table is here, right? The cups are kind of behind her. So although she's still holding space to experience them, she's not focused on this confusion. What's up, Haley? It's almost like this is the energy of someone that is like, I can't control you. I can only control me. This situation has been confusing, or the situation has been highly emotionally charged, or it's just been a lot for me to handle emotionally. This, because the Queen of Cups is someone who is deeply connected to her emotional body and her intuition. So anytime there's a lot of that kind of energy, she can hold it down and show up gracefully, but it's still a lot for her to process. So this could be someone who is taking time to process their individual feelings and maybe the wide array of what they feel in a certain situation. But they're not focusing on confusion. I'm getting that they're just more so focusing on themselves and not being in a state of conflict within themselves. So yeah, it's kind of like they know what is within their control and what is theirs to be accountable and responsible for, and they know what isn't, and they have a clear boundary. So I feel like that is someone outside of you, since this is the energy engaging with you externally. And then the energy that you are in, you came out in your freaking all your glory and power here. So you're in the Emperor energy. You could be in a very strong divine masculine energy right now, or an energy where you feel like you are being pushed into a state of greater accountability or responsibility, because the Emperor is someone who steps into dominion over their self, sovereignty over their energy and the situations and world around them. It came out with these two cards, which say, no matter what you say or what you do. And then this top one is a lyric card, which says, the start of nothing, I had no chance to prepare, I couldn't see you coming. On the back of this card, there's a message that says, I'm full of repressed fury and pain. Volatility is sometimes expressed as or through lust. So I don't know if that resonates with you. What's up for show? But there could be someone here, either you or this other person. It's showing up in your energy, but it could be either of you, that is holding a lot of repressed emotion. I feel like it's most likely not this Queen of Cups, because she is, again, innately very connected to her emotion and her intuitive body. The divine masculine, even when they're in their power, sometimes they are not so much. They're more connected to the strength of their mind, their consciousness, and their will, right? Their spirit. But they can sometimes put the processing and feeling through of their deeper emotions on the back burner in order to stay, like if you think of a king, right? They can't be sitting on their throne like crying their eyes out every day because something hurt their feelings. They might have a time and place where they can process that, but they kind of have to prioritize certain things over that, right? So there could be someone, you or this person, but I feel like it's more you, that while you are empowered over your masculine energy, there is some sort of emotional volatility within you, and you might be expressing that through lust, which is more of like a surface level desire that you could be using as an outlet rather than actually processing emotion, but only take that if it resonates. Okay, so the Emperor, no matter what you say or what you do, I'm getting that as empowered as you might feel over your own energy in life, there's something here that came in that you don't feel like you were ready for. You didn't see this coming, even as much as you maybe... It says I had no chance to prepare. It's like there's something that was unexpected that happened here. Clarify that that top oracle card there for me. There could be something here that didn't really get off the ground, because it says the start of nothing. I had no chance to prepare. I couldn't see you coming. Yeah, the 5 of Cups. And the 9 of Cups is behind that. It's like, I don't know. There's something that you feel like you didn't have a chance to prepare for, or there's no way that in going into something you could have imagined the way that it was going to go in a way that you could have been prepared. Something kind of, it feels like it took you off guard. What's this no matter what you say or what you do? For me, that card talks about unconditional love as well. It has the roses, and it's kind of like no matter what you say or what you do, you could not sway me. It's kind of like once I see you or feel a certain way for you, it's almost like an energy of Scorpio or emotional loyalty, right? Like I could not be moved. But tell me more about that. No matter what you say or what you do. The Knight of Swords in reverse. Something you're not seeing. Are you... It's almost like the Emperor energy is telling themselves something, but I don't know how true it is, because it's kind of like saying, like telling yourself a story that is easily digestible for your ego almost, but maybe not the complete accurate overview of what really happened. I don't know. This Knight of Swords in reverse energy with the Two of Swords at the bottom of the deck. It's like, yeah, the Wheel of Fortune, the Ace of Cups, the Two of Wands. There's something I feel like that you want success very badly in. However, you didn't take a serious, like, move. You didn't move seriously towards it, maybe. It's more like you almost felt frozen when this thing came into you, because it hit you with such force. Like the Wheel of Fortune and the Ace of Cups is big energy, right? The start of nothing. I had no chance to prepare. I couldn't see this coming, right? This is like you're just going about your life one day, and then the next day destiny rings your doorbell and is like, here's everything you ever dreamed of, or here's the love of your life, or here's like an opportunity that could potentially change your entire world, right? Thanks for the super chat, Haley. But with the Knight of Swords in reverse and the Two of Swords in the upright, it almost feels like someone that, because they didn't have enough, they didn't feel like they were prepared enough, they didn't feel like they had all the answers, they just sort of resorted to not moving or doing anything really at all, or saying that they were in but really being on the fence still, or there's an energy of being undecided, right? But I feel like it's coming from not feeling like you have the answers, or like you're prepared enough for something that is quite big that shows up and presents itself to you. But tell me more about the Knight of Swords in reverse here. I just want to understand a little bit more. The Fool. Yeah. The thing is, this would require like a very big leap of faith. It would require trust in some sort of new cycle that wants to open up. And what I'm kind of getting here, it's interesting because this is an energy that is kind of tied to Aries as well, and you have the Emperor too. But it's kind of like a stubborn energy, like I know that my current existence, I know what's going to unfold every day. It's predictable, it's organized, I feel like I can micromanage and control it. And this is the energy of Uranus, which is the opposite of that. It can kind of seem like an energy that throws you off balance. Again, it's like something big was presented to you that the only way to accept this opportunity there really isn't any like pussyfooting around or like dipping your toe in, and then it's one of those things that needed to be like leapt into, you know, kind of like an all in or an all out energy. But I'm feeling like whether this is you or the other person here, maybe there was a situation that someone was too insecure to fully leap into. And so they stayed more in their comfort zone, or they stayed more indecisive or on the fence about things. This could have caused some emotional confusion or mixed signals. That could be part of what that Seven of Cups is with the Queen of Cups. Okay, so in the recent past, you have Death, which is Scorpio energy. And in the near future, you have Justice in reverse, which is Libran energy. And then your advice is the Chariot in reverse. So you have a lot of major arcana here. Something big is definitely happening in this situation or in your energy at this time, Aries, because major arcanas generally represent forces that are somewhat bigger than us, like forces of destiny, universal laws, entities, our higher self, you know, the divine kind of having its way. It sort of signifies things that are maybe not within our control, but we still control how we respond or react to those things, right? So tell me about Death in the recent past for Aries. Something transformed on a fundamental level here. What was that? Tell me more about that. You could have laid something to rest. Strength. Wow. So Strength is Leo energy. This could be like a very powerful closure of something. It's two fixed energies. So it's kind of coming through as like a forced closure of something. Tell me more about that. Or a forced transformation of something. And with the Death card, there's the ability for that to be transformed or reborn. But I'm going to have to look into why Justice in reverse is in the near future with the Chariot in reverse as your advice. Let me see. The Eight of Cups in reverse, the Lovers in reverse, the Eight of Wands in reverse, the Star. The Empress in reverse, Two of Swords in reverse, Knight of Swords in the upright. There's something being processed here between you and this person. They are very much in their feminine energy, but they're also telling me with this unlikely to apologize that they know where they stand. I feel like the person you're dealing with is more or less balanced in their feminine and masculine energies. However, I feel like you are working through something in your feminine energy, in your emotional and intuitive bodies. Something might be expanding or evolving for you. But with the Eight of Cups in reverse, this is like not emotionally detaching from something that you are also not really feeling is going your way, or you're not feeling like it is, you're not feeling like it's something that is currently emotionally fulfilling. And with the Lovers in reverse, the Eight of Wands in reverse, there could be kind of a confusing situation where something closed out with some sort of like almost ferocity, because this is like a very strong forced, like I said, forced closure or transformation of something. But it's interesting because it's not really happening through a severing. It's more just like, again, leaning into, I'm not moving. You can't make me move kind of energy. because there's no walking away, but at the same time, there is no like moving of the energy. So it's kind of just, I feel like this was something, an action taken out of fear with the Lovers in reverse, although it may have still been necessary. Do you know what I mean? So even if something or someone acted out of fear, it still feels like this is something that needed to happen for the overall healing. And I think that it's the feminine energy within you that is being healed through whatever this circumstance is. You could be gaining awareness into your own feminine energy or your own emotional body. And I think that this is happening, Aries, so that you can find the answers that you feel you didn't have surrounding something before and truly make up your mind about something. Because these came out like this before, right? It was like you stayed on the fence because you didn't feel prepared, or like you had the clarity or answer to fully make a choice. But it's telling me that by this transformation is going to put you more in alignment with your true character and your strength of will. There is like a disarming that's happening though, and it's forcing you, I think, to look at some sort of insecurity. And this might release some emotions that need to kind of come up and out of you. What's justice in reverse in the near future? So this could be something not reaching like a fair or balanced outcome. The Ten of Pentacles in reverse. My goodness. Hey Lenny, what is up? What's the Ten of Pentacles in reverse? This is like not the Ten of Cups, the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, the Hanged Man in reverse. What? Okay. There's something that needs to be fought for if you want it, right? The Wheel of Fortune, I feel like, came and brought it in and said, hey, this is what's required of you. And someone here did not take that leap because they felt unprepared or insecure, right? Perhaps about their own emotions, or insecure in regards to trusting their own intuition, right? Like this, if this is you, Aries, is you're very comfortable and confident in your mind. You might be very intelligent. You might have a very strong will. And when you know what you want and you direct that towards something, you're like an unstoppable force. But you really might not be as confident with your feminine energy, and that's okay. We all have spots where we're not as confident, right? But there's something here that you're saying, like, I'm not going to let you go. I can't disconnect because I feel this love, and it's like it's inevitable. And you're certain in that, but there's still a lack of movement. And I think it's because there's this personal transformation taking place. But in the near future with justice and the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, it's like something, this could be like karma, karma police coming to collect, but this could be like a financial loss, the loss of a long-term partnership. But why is this happening in the near future? For Aries. The Hierophant and the Hanged Man in reverse. Okay. There's something that wants to be transformed inside of you, Aries. And it's not a time to double down on like the traditional way that you've done things. And it's not a time to stay like stubbornly committed to the mindset that you currently have. I'm seeing that if you do that, there's going to be some sort of loss. And it could be you just feeling physically sick or ill, because the Ten of Pentacles can also talk about like your physical health. But it also talks about your physical health in terms of your finances, your stability within your family unit, your living, your housing, your work situation. So you could feel like there's either a loss in one of those areas, or things are just not moving forwards in a balanced and fair way in that area. It's like I'm seeing no growth taking place in your physical surroundings, but I feel like they're telling me that this is only going to happen if you stay stubbornly stuck in what you have known up to this point. Because again, there's whatever has happened in the recent past, it very much happened for a reason, and it's because this huge internal transformation wants to take place. And it's Scorpio energy. It's mostly on an emotional scale. But if the higher perspective is not seen and integrated, if it's just like, nope, I already know the answers, I'm just gonna stick to what I've always known, I'm just gonna keep on investing into that, and maybe like repressing or denying my feelings, I feel like you're going to stagnate yourself, or you're going to experience some sort of loss if that's like the route that is taken. So only take that if it resonates, but that's what I'm seeing. Why is the Chariot in reverse the advice? I feel there's an emotional blockage that needs to be addressed, and that is going to be the cause. Yeah, see? This needs to be healed. There's some sort of emotional lack of fulfillment or emotional disappointment that it seems like you're not letting go of, but it also is hurting you to hold on to it at the same time. So I'm not entirely sure what that is about, but it needs to be healed with the star, and that's Aquarian energy, and Pluto just moved into Aquarius. So yeah, you could be feeling the ripples of this like massive personal transformation that we're all being pushed into. But there is some sort of emotional blockage with the Chariot in reverse, that there's meant to be a higher perspective. So if you can like zoom out and try to see something, but there's some sort of healing here that wants to take place, and it's like forward movement cannot happen in really any area of your life until this is dealt with. So if this message did resonate with you, that said, I'm full of repressed fury and pain, right? And that is creating an internal state of volatility, which then is sometimes expressed through lust. And lust doesn't always have to be about sex. I mean, it certainly could be in your case, but lust is more just about desire and being comfortable with more comfortable with being in a state of lack and longing than you are in a state of actually receiving what you want, right? So when you're full of this volatile emotional state and unresolved emotions, it could create a block in you where you don't feel prepared or confident actually receiving something that is meant for you or something that is good for you, because you're kind of still harboring pain, anger, fury, or something from some sort of letdown that you experienced in the past. But there is a ton of major arcanas, so I feel like the universe is on your side and wants to sort of assist you in doing some really deep healing and transforming right now, if you will allow it. But if you don't, I just want you to be aware that in the near future you might experience some stagnancy or constriction in your life, and you might notice it primarily in just like your physical surroundings not expanding the way that you would like them to. So that is kind of what I see for you, Aries. Okay, we're gonna move on to Taurus. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. What's going on for Taurus? That was an interesting crosswatch, yeah. It's as within, so without, right? So if there is a blockage internally, that's going to be projected into your external circumstances. And it might bubble out of you in, yeah, like kind of volatile ways, but that's just because it's trying to get your attention so that you can become sovereign or empowered over that part of yourself, right? It's not trying to bubble up from inside of you to make things in your life more chaotic. It's kind of trying to be released so that it can clear the way and not block you anymore, so you can actually experience more abundance and movement in the areas that you want, essentially. But you're not completely not in your power. You know, you're in the Emperor in the upright. It's just there's kind of like an I feel like there's like an over amplification of the masculine and a denial or repression of some feminine elements there. So you could also be triggered by feminine energy in your life until you deal with that as well, Aries. Okay. So I love you, Aries, and let's see what is going on with Taurus. Aries appears emotionally stubborn. Yes. It seems that currently they are. Let's see. What is Taurus dealing with at this time that wants to be highlighted? Okay. Jeez. Okay. Tell me about this situation that Taurus is currently dealing with here. Engaging energy. Oh my goodness. Okay. One more. What? Wow. Okay. All right, so let's see what's going on for Taurus. Hi, Taurus. Okay, let's see what's happening in your current situation, what you need to know at this time. So it's interesting because both you and Aries came out in your major arcana card for your energy, which is usually a really good sign. It shows that at least you're quite in your own power, or at least like your realm of things that is like your comfort zone, that you know is your strong suit. Like you are killing it in the area that you innately kill it in, right? So a part of you is very much in your power. But the engaging energy, or like the surrounding circumstances that you're dealing with at this time, you have the Two of Cups. Okay, so the Two of Cups. And then it's clarified by these oracle cards, though. So there's What I Was Gonna Say, Volume 8, which is this huge book. And then we have our good old Ben Affleck meme card where he's like looking like he's on his last leg here. So it's funny because the Two of Cups is definitely an energy of meeting someone where they're at. It's kind of like you're made of the same stuff. You are, maybe this is someone that you really share a lot of energy with. You feel like you're kind of cut from the same cloth in a lot of ways. Or you maybe feel as though your energy and this person's energy mirror one another. So this could be a friend, it could be a romantic partner, it could be family. I'm getting more romantic vibes from this particular Two of Cups. But I feel like one of you has a lot that you never expressed or never said with that What I Was Gonna Say book, and the other person is just like, fuck my life, I'm exhausted. You know, it's kind of coming through like you both have a level of frustration and exhaustion and maybe regret, but the Two of Cups energy is still in the upright. So it's like the purity or the nature of the connection is still intact and positive, but you could be moving through kind of a frustrating situation or experience with this person, potentially. Tell me more about that Two of Cups. The Tower in reverse. Okay. Mars energy. I feel like something is not... Someone, maybe both of you, are not being assertive right now. Because Mars is the planet of war, the planet of assertion, or else maybe the two of you are both taking some space from each other so that you don't make things worse, you know? It's almost like anything that I say right now could just cause a tower moment, so maybe the best thing is to just take a little bit of distance to get my own shit in order. But the thing is, there's still an openness of the heart space with the Two of Cups, and there's still a connection between the two of you and the energy that you share. So yeah, there's still an energetic give and take between you and this person, and that is actually a healing thing. There's a level of healing to this connection, the way that you mirror one another, the way that you show each other things. Yeah, the Hermit, the way you show each other things about yourself, right? So if someone triggers you, for instance, or if someone mirrors you back to yourself, then they show you a lot about maybe the places that you still want to heal within yourself, or vice versa. So like I said, you're in the energy of the Hierophant. And then you also got these oracle cards here. Okay, so this one says collapse and then reconstruct. And then there's this card that says limitless, home, past life, center, and return. I think you're looking at the things that make up your foundation, whether that is your physical surroundings and like the people, the communities, the habits and hobbies, like the way you spend your physical time and energy. But it could also be like your morals, your beliefs, your values, your character, and those sorts of things that you are... It seems like you're taking some time to look closely at those things and see if there's anything that needs to be deconstructed and then put back together again. Maybe in a way that allows you to feel less limited. So you could have some limiting beliefs that you're trying to assess and sort of weed out right now. There's something about you returning home to yourself, though, returning back to like your true center. So you could have felt a little bit off balance. You could feel like this change that you're instigating right now, or just like a good hard look at yourself, has been something that has been needed for a while. But maybe you feel as though either this connection is forcing you to finally do it, or you are just finally forcing yourself to do it. Tell me about the Hierophant for Taurian's energy. Why are they in this energy? But you are committed to something as well. And part of it is your own personal growth and understanding of yourself. Yeah, it's like you want to see through your own shit. You want to know that you're not fooling yourself. And I think you are sick of self-imposed limitations as well. So you're trying to embrace the truth so that you can actually be accountable for those things. More about the Hierophant. The Four of Coins, yep, and the Nine of Coins in reverse. What are you holding on to that is limiting you, that needs to transform? That's what you're asking yourself. Where am I stubbornly clinging to something that is not serving me, but it's actually not allowing me to expand into a space of personal success, personal abundance and expansion, you know? This is kind of coming through as like, where are the things that I always just assumed? So we have these belief systems that are sometimes programmed into us, right, from a very young age, or sometimes it's passed down to us through like a religion or family. And sometimes we don't take the time to notice them or to even question them. Like, am I really in alignment with these beliefs, and are they serving me or are they limiting me? How are they affecting the way that I live my life? How are they affecting the way that I approach relationships? Essentially, what am I committed to, and what is that bringing into my life truly that I'm giving that energy to? So I feel like you're taking a hard look at that, because you're trying to come home to yourself and center and calibrate yourself. But in order to do that, it's like you are needing to redefine what you stand on so that you can stand on it with confidence. Because I think you do have some sort of awareness that you're stubbornly maybe clinging to something that is not helping, but it's hindering you. Yeah. You're trying to transform something in your life. And you're kind of going to the root of what your life is built on to start there, it feels like. Okay, so in the recent past, you have the Magician in reverse. And in the near future, you have Strength. Okay, what's the Magician in reverse? This can talk about manipulation, not seeing things clearly, but it can also talk about not being able to bring something that you want very badly into fruition because your internal elements are not balanced. So the Magician has all 5 elements balanced within themselves, right? It's the fire, earth, air, water, and spirit or ether. And that is essentially like your mind, body, spirit, soul, and emotion or heart. So without that balance, the magic cannot really happen, because essentially it creates an unstable energy. So either the way that comes out and manifests ends up being not really true to you, or not really fair to others, like manipulative, or you can end up manifesting something that you actually don't want because there is like an instability or imbalance. But what is this? Magician in reverse. It's Mercury energy, so oftentimes it's like it comes down to you're not balanced internally, and so therefore you don't know how to clearly communicate to the universe what it is that you want. Yeah, it's like you're confused about what you're actually trying to bring into fruition. So you could be sending mixed signals. You could be manifesting out of a space of um, confusion. The Four of Cups, yeah. There's some sort of disappointment here. Okay. There's disappointment and a lack of fulfillment because I think this imbalance was coming from some sort of emotional stagnancy or like rut that needs to be processed or released here so that the energy can flow again. You could be dealing with an Aries or have Aries strongly in your chart because it kind of is coming through similarly. With Aries, it was kind of like they were very confident that they were, yeah, there's Aries at the bottom of the deck, confident that they are in their divine masculine energy and in their power, but they were missing something about not being balanced emotionally or intuitively, and that was creating a block in their life. But I do see some sort of emotional, just kind of being in this energy where you're kind of like, nothing is fulfilling me. Everyone sucks. I suck. This sucks. The whole experience sucks. It's kind of just like feeling like you're in emotional quicksand and you can't get out and you don't know really how to change your internal state or how to shift things. Okay. What's strength in the near future? I feel like what you're looking at now, it might be what has been limiting you from actually feeling emotional fulfillment. Yeah, I'm definitely not feeling black magic energy, no. I'll read the energy of the cards. So if it does come through, I will let you know. But just because something shows up in reverse, it doesn't mean that like every possible translation of that card is you know, actually what is applicable. It's like I have to read the energy and be the reader. You know what I mean? So yeah, no black magic, not getting that at all. This is really just your own internal confusion and lack of balance, like I said before. So I will mention if, you know, if an energy shows up, I'll say it. But yeah, I'm not getting that, so please don't worry about that. This is an internal thing with yourself. What is strength though? Let's see. I don't like to like fear monger anyways, so yeah, we're not gonna go down that path, but what's strength here? So this is Leo energy, the King of Wands. Okay, so it's double Leo energy in the near future. I do see you determining something that helps you stand more in your strength, and it makes you feel more empowered or more like a leader in your own life, right? That's kind of what I'm getting. So maybe there's a new opportunity that comes in. It could be something that requires you to step up, though. It could be something that requires a lot of you, that feels like it's asking a lot of you. So maybe you're kind of doing the prerequisite work right now by sort of instigating this deep look into yourself and then shifting things that are limiting you, because that you might be doing the prerequisite work for this opportunity without even knowing that this opportunity is on its way, if that makes sense. Tell me more about that in the near future. I'm seeing you definitely sort of find your center, though. Find your backbone, find your will. The King of Wands and Leo energy in general, the reason that they are a leader is because they're very convicted and they know what they stand for, what they believe, and why. And they're able to speak and lead from that place of strength. And they also rule the heart, right? The Four of Swords in reverse, the Lovers. There's stress or like unease within your mind surrounding this Two of Cups Lovers connection, though. Is this connection the thing that's asking you to step into your power or to be more of a leader? But I'm feeling like you're, so it could be where the mental or where the instability or levels are off internally. It could be that there's too much of a focus on your mental here. It's like overthinking, ruminating, going in circles, when maybe this is a message that has to come through to you either emotionally or through your spirit, like tapping into either how you feel guided intuitively or instinctively based on where your spirit is pulling you. I feel like your mind isn't going to be able to, it's going to put you in a situation where you're on the fence and you don't really know what to fully invest or fight in. It's kind of like focusing too much on thinking mentally about something is confusing you. So just be aware of that, because there is some sort of situation I think that's going to be offered to you in the near future. And it could be to maybe clear the air surrounding this Two of Cups energy that has kind of like a sense of tension lingering around it with the Tower in reverse. It almost feels like both you and this person that you're dealing with are just kind of tired, and there's been a buildup of tension. It almost feels like a breaking point, and now it's like something's got to give. And while you are kind of like looking internally at where you limit yourself, you're also still in fixed earth energy. You're still in a very stubborn energy. And the Hierophant is kind of like the one who's least likely in the tarot to actually make a change. So it almost feels like even if you are looking internally at what might need to shift, you might be struggling to actually make the change that backs up what you know needs to change. Like, take the action that backs up what you know needs to change is what I mean. But you might be pushed forwards or inspired by some sort of lovers, some sort of deep emotional connection is kind of what I'm seeing here, is what is sort of spurring this on inside of you. I do feel like there's some sort of big realization that needs to hit, though, with the Tower in reverse. And it's something that you might be sort of avoiding out of stubbornness, because there's a lot of fixed energy here. The Hierophant, strength, you know, the King of Wands, more Leo. So why is the Page of Wands in your advice? Let's see. Why is the Page of Wands here for Taurian's advice? I feel like there's a sort of lightness to the approach of this that would be good. It's almost telling me that a more playful or emotional approach will give you the clarity that you need. But there needs to be some sort of getting out of your head, because it's almost like coming through. Yeah, exactly. You need to get out of your head, Taurus. 5 of Wands and the Devil. You're in a toxic place in your head, okay? Mayne. This is your warning. It's coming through as though it's like an echo chamber. So there's something that maybe you've been telling yourself, or a narrative that you've been validating repeatedly within your own mind. And I feel like that is what needs to collapse and be reconstructed. That is what is putting limitations on something here. Specifically, maybe a relationship, maybe your relationship with yourself, and then other relationships by extension. But I feel like if you can get into somewhat of like a playful, free-spirited energy and not focus so much on the conflict, or if you can just be in an energy where you are communicating and expressing yourself from a place of more hope, I feel like you do need to say what's on your mind, though, and say it like from your soul, but from a hopeful place, not from a place that is going to add more tension, heaviness, or confusion to the situation. Tell me about this Page of Wands. Whoever is in this energy of what I was going to say, they do need to say something to get some of that. I feel like that's creating some tension. The fact that there's so much expression being withheld. Page of Wands energy. The Six of Wands, yeah. Nine of Swords in reverse. Oh my goodness. There's some sort of like stress that is really, it's like replaying in your head. It's like a song that's been on repeat for like a year in your head or something like this, telling you the same message. And I think that it's kind of become like a program that just consistently runs in your mind, but it's not serving you. And it may have served you in the past in some sort of way. It may have helped you create stability or structure or a sense of safety for yourself. But there's something that is challenging that, and it's meant to challenge that. So your advice is, if you want success, then allow more of your spirit to lead the way. Speak your mind. Try to let go of anxiety here a little bit. Because I don't think this is necessarily about expanding, like thinking more and expanding your perspective on something. I think it's about approaching something from a different vantage point, is kind of what that's coming through as. And it's coming through as approaching it from more of an optimistic standpoint. So maybe it's just like not immediately assuming the worst case scenario or something like that. Is there anything else about that? Any more advice for Taurus before I let them go? You have Gemini energy, strong Leo energy, Seven of Cups in reverse, and then your energy, obviously, and Mars. Seven of Cups in reverse. Say what you mean and mean what you say. There's something about knowing exactly how you feel, or seeing your emotional truth with clarity, and then being able to speak that. That will bring you success. You might think that you need to lead. You might feel like the conversation that needs to happen needs to be really heavy and intense or something like that, but they're not saying that. They're saying that I feel like what is needed is less than what you are building it up to be in your mind. Because this Two of Cups lovers energy, those are two people that are more on the same page than they are not, right? They're two people that kind of innately have the capacity to understand each other and love each other very deeply and see each other. So even if what you express comes out jumbled, it's like that person has the ability to still kind of understand what you're trying to say. So generally in this kind of connection, you don't need to overthink so much. You can kind of just trust that, like, this is one of my people, this is someone that gets it, and showing up and just offering my truth in a lighthearted but honest kind of way. Or even just saying, like, look, I know how I feel about you, this is it, I don't have everything in my life figured out, but I know that I want success in this area. Or maybe like I haven't been able to take a leap into something in the past because these are my insecurities, or these are the ways that I feel like I limit myself in my own thinking. But there is something about opening up and speaking from a place of emotional, it's like you need to be emotionally vulnerable, but it doesn't need to feel like this big, intense, deep thing at the same time. You can still speak from the heart, but have it be, have a lightness about it, if that makes sense. Okay. So that is what I am seeing for you here. But I feel like until like a more, until this is basically you knowing how you feel and then approaching a situation with hope and kind of the assumption that there can be success. So you're not assuming this situation is absolutely a failure, it's dead, and it's dead already before it even got off the ground, because that would be like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And if you're projecting that lack of confidence onto something, that's probably going to be the outcome, right? Because you're creating that by putting that energy into it. So there's a high focus on like, don't be afraid to let yourself have a little bit of hope for something good happening, instead of just focusing on the possibility for what is negative to go down. Okay. All right, Taurus. Let's move on to Gemini. Let's see what's going on. My little gem jams. Let's see. What's happening? Hey, safe place. Safe space. You know you got that in me. Okay, let's see. Gemini, you needed that. You're welcome. I hope that didn't come off rude either when I said that I didn't feel the black magic vibes, but you know, tarot, some people read tarot just by like reading the meanings of the cards, but most people, it's an intuitive art, right? So it's not just about saying what every potential meaning is when a card comes out, but it's like actually discerning and feeling and reading the energy so that you know. So that's all I was kind of trying to say. That is more like how I read, if you will. Okay, Gemini. Let the pros do their thing. Okay. Gemini. What does Gemini need to know about the current situation here or their surrounding energy? What would you like to highlight for my Geminis? All I can see is my Rottweiler's paws just hanging over the edge of his bed. So cute. Ooh. Okay. Energy. Okay. There's so many pages. A lot of communication taking place here. so healthy and well and bright. Aw, thank you. I am healthy and well overall and bright. I appreciate you saying so. Let's see. Okay. One card for the engaging energy. Two swords. Okay. And then clarify Gemini's current energy. Wow. Okay. Uh-oh. All right. Well, these are energies that I unfortunately can definitely speak to. Let me see here. Not saying that they are all bad, but you'll understand when I get into it, Gemini, what I'm talking about here. Okay, let's give you a timestamp and dive in. Hi, Gems, my Gemmy fam. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so the situation that wants to be highlighted for you right now, let's take a look at this. So the most prominent engaging energy or surrounding energy is the Page of Swords. I attribute this to being your energy quite a bit, so it could be someone who also has Gemini in their chart, but they don't have to. Okay, so this is what came out for the surrounding energy or the engaging energy. The Page of Swords with this card that says growth demands a temporary surrender of security. This is someone who is opening their mind to let go of the way that they have thought so far that maybe brought them a sense of security that may have actually been false. So this is someone who is essentially putting themselves in a state of beginner brain or open-mindedness or non-judgment. And they're doing it on purpose for the sake of expansion and growth. So essentially they are surrendering what has been known or what has maybe been the way that they have fallen back on thinking about something. And it's because they want to grow in a particular area. So they're coming at it from a new perspective. So tell me about this Page of Swords. The Three of Swords in reverse. They're shifting the way that they feel about pain and heartbreak, or the way that they approach that, especially in their own mind, though. They're not giving to it in the same way. The Six of Pentacles in reverse. They're not allowing themselves to be consumed or pulled into a state of internal conflict just because they're hurting over something is what I'm getting. But this is a very active, conscious, and intentional thing that they're doing. And they're doing it for the specific sake of growth. So they are releasing or not holding on to some sort of pain, or they're not taking some sort of pain personally, maybe. They could be kind of confused, but I feel like they are not allowing it to overtake them. They're more so allowing their current situation or pain to sort of act as a messenger that has something to tell them about themselves, so that they can allow themselves to be kind of cracked open or evolve through whatever they're experiencing. So this could be someone that you are either in a painful situation with, or this could be someone that you are just connected to and close to that has gone through some sort of painful thing that doesn't really directly involve you, but they are going through this process of surrendering whatever has made them feel secure and safe for the sake of growth. Okay. I feel like the conflict and source of pain and stuff, though, does have to do with you. And I'm not saying you're the cause of it, but I do feel like you're connected to it. So your energy that you are currently in is coming through as the Seven of Pentacles here, which is a card of investing consistently and with discipline into something that you want to build or grow. But it came out with these cards here. Okay, so this is kind of intense energy. So let's talk about it, Gemini. So this top quote is from the Complex PTSD Recovery Guide. And it says, because a person suffering from CPTSD is unable to sustain optimism for the future, they may be unmotivated to do anything for themselves in the present, even if they have the desire to do so cognitively. Now, this is real. This is really, really real. And this is something that when I was working through PTSD myself, I really had to focus on, because I would feel myself like it's almost like being so deflated by the trauma that you've experienced that even though mentally and cognitively you really deeply desire to move out of the state that you are currently in, you feel like you're unmotivated because you just can't get that sense of like hope and optimism back to fuel the action that would be needed to create the change, right? So it's kind of this energy of like, well, why even bother? You know, like I want to get better, or I want to create a change for myself, or I want to move out of this space where maybe I'm feeling like I'm constantly suffering from something that has happened in the past. But it's also not feeling like you have the will or the optimism to fuel your way forwards. And then this card says, and now, having sufficiently confused you, I have to go. Okay. If this reading isn't for you, then don't take it, okay? But I feel like the Gemini that I'm speaking to, you have experienced something really heavy in your past. And I'm not saying that you have to have PTSD, like, you know, specifically, or that it has to be that intense. But I do feel like you went through something that deflated your sense of optimism surrounding a specific area of your life. And you desire to get better, but you are kind of, there's like a dissonance there. There's a cognitive dissonance. So that's when, right, what you think and believe mentally, and then the actions that you're taking do not align with that belief system. So then there's a tension internally that comes up within you because you're not really taking action in alignment with your beliefs, your morals, your standards, or whatever the case may be. And the way that we create closure or resolve cognitive dissonance is you have to look at your beliefs and you see if either the belief needs to change, the action that you're taking needs to change, or you just decide it's not really that important. I can live with the tension, like it's not that big of a thing for me. So what is the Seven of Pentacles? But I feel like you're confusing yourself a little bit, and you definitely might be confusing someone else that you are that you're involved in here or involved with your actions. But I feel like you're not doing that on purpose. I think that you might just be unmotivated to put effort into something, even though you want it or desire it quite badly, but it's because of a lack of optimism. And you may or may not be aware of this. But I think that it's creating maybe action taken by you or a lack of action taken that is confusing someone that you're involved with. But I feel like they are suspending judgment and they are not thinking about the pain, and they're, if anything, they're kind of trying to open their mind to maybe consider your circumstances or consider where you're coming from rather than rush in with some sort of predetermined judgment or assumption. So I think that that's really healthy and positive. But what is the Seven of Pentacles? What is this that Gemini is so invested in? You could be invested in getting to the bottom. Yeah. Okay. Amazing. This is beautiful, Gemini. So there's something that you know needs to be healed. Yes, Lenny, I totally know. I also have CPTSD, and it's real talk. You know what I mean? Even if you're not outright expecting the worst, sometimes you can't have it in you to like anticipate something going right, you know, and that can be very limiting and self-destructive in itself. Like the lack of hope, we don't realize how powerful hope is. The Star is also a card of hope, though believing that something can get better. And the King of Cups is someone who is learning to emotionally regulate themselves better. So if you are suffering with some sort of PTSD, or just you've gone through something that was traumatic or had a deep impact on you emotionally and on your sense of optimism or your outlook towards the world, I feel like you are invested consciously and intentionally and in a disciplined kind of way to healing that through balancing out your own emotions, learning how to self-regulate better, maybe understanding where certain feelings are actually coming from, and maybe they're not coming from the place that you originally assumed or thought that they were. There could be something deeper, like a deeper wound that has been impacting the way that you act, for instance. But I think that that's really positive, that it's showing me here that you are actively invested in kind of getting to the bottom of this. It's like you want to get better. You know that there's something that is not serving you. It's confusing you. It's creating confusion and drama and pain, maybe in connections, and you don't desire that. So you're trying to get to the bottom of it. And I feel like this is like a decision that you are you're taking physical action on that. So you could be going to therapy, you could be looking into like attachment styles or childhood wounds, or you could be studying PTSD and seeing, forming healthy coping mechanisms or ways to stay more grounded in your body and in the present moment. Because another part of PTSD is sort of getting sucked back into the trauma or into fear surrounding what has already hurt you, when you're not in that situation anymore, but you're kind of still acting out of a state of like fight or flight or survival mode despite not being in that situation anymore, right? But I see you addressing this head on, and I think that that is very brave, and it's also really important work. So give yourself the time to do that. Okay, in the recent past, the Page of Pentacles in reverse. In the near future, the Page of Wands in reverse. Why? So you have the Page of Swords connected to you or engaging with you. And then you have these two little guys, but they are coming out in the reverse in your past and future. You could have denied an opportunity or turned down an opportunity in the recent past here. And it could have been out of lack of optimism, like you just couldn't see it going the way that you wanted to, so you eventually just became completely detached and unmotivated to give to it at all, even though in your mind you return to it consistently and have a strong desire to maybe engage with this opportunity. What is the Page of Pentacles in reverse? Usually this is an energy of like, you don't start something or you don't accept an opportunity because you immediately are assuming the worst. You're like, oh, it's not going to go anywhere, or oh, it's not going to, it's not for me, or things have already gone in a direction that now I'm assuming that they can't come back from, or whatever the case may be. The King of Wands. I feel like in the recent past you were on very different pages energetically with somebody. Yeah, you turned down an opportunity. And it was because you were like, I just don't have the energy to fight for that. The Nine of Wands in reverse. The will to fight for it. Two of Cups in reverse, Queen of Cups, Seven of Cups in reverse. There's something that you know how you feel about it. An opportunity or another person. But you're still not accepting it. It's just like this card says, there's the desire to do something with this opportunity because you realize that it is, in taking this opportunity, you would be doing something positive for yourself. And a part of you recognizes that. But at the same time, there's like this disconnect between that recognition and your ability to actually act on that desire or that pull. And it's coming through just as like being so drained internally through this dissonance, this internal state of tension and conflict. And I think that whatever that was, it's gotten to a point where you kind of got pushed into getting more serious about looking at what this is. So that's why you're currently invested in it the way that you are, because you're realizing that it is impacting or affecting the relationships and opportunities around you. Who's this King of Wands? That's not you in the recent past. The Hierophant. It could be someone that you wanted to commit to, someone that you perceive as being kind of in their power or being very convicted, very passionate, a leader of some sort maybe, especially with the Hierophant there. They could be a teacher. With the Hierophant as well, and the King of Wands. This is someone you look up to, and there's almost an energy of slight intimidation though. But I don't think it's because it's coming through more as like an intimidation surrounding the energy that you know you would need to bring to something for it to grow in a healthy way. It's like, it's not so much the situation or the opportunity itself that is bad, wrong, rotten, or, not aligned. It's more like you feeling as though you lack the energy that would be needed to put into that for success. And so that, I feel like, is why you turned down something in the recent past. It's not because you don't want it. It's not because you're not aware that you want it, but it's because of this sort of deflated, detached energy that's creating a lack of motivation. And that's not something to judge yourself for. That's, again, it's just something to further explore within yourself, because it is something that will limit you, right? And it is an area where you are going to want to heal rather than continue to perpetuate that. But, okay. So what's this Page of Wands in reverse in the near future? Because that is kind of the energy of still lacking hope or optimism, or still not believing or seeing how something could work out in your favor. The Three of Cups in reverse is here. It could be that you want to reconcile, but you don't know how that would actually happen. You're like, that's not fated, that's not in the cards for me, even though I want it, even though I feel it, What's this Page of Wands in reverse? If this is you in the near future, it's interesting because I'm almost getting this sense of, it's like you're watching yourself from, this could be like kind of a dissociated energy where you are just feeling not grounded in your body, not grounded in reality, not connected to the present moment. So maybe you want to try doing some breathing exercises, some stretches, working out, engaging your physical senses, anything that kind of like draws you into your body and grounds you and draws you into the present moment and kind of keeps you engaged with what is right in front of you is going to be helpful for you, okay? Because I feel almost this energy of like you're seeing yourself approach something that you want. It's kind of like you're watching from outside of yourself and you can see yourself approaching it with this lack of optimism or with the lack of the energy that you know is needed. But it's almost this sense of feeling like you can't do anything to shift the way that you are approaching it. It's an interesting energy. It's kind of like a fragmented kind of energy. What's the Page of Wands in reverse? Yeah, the Nine of Cups in reverse. Don't lose hope, Gemini. Strength in reverse. You're not seeing like a way out here. You're trying to just kind of hold on and take the best care of yourself that you possibly can, is what I'm getting from this. But you feel really vulnerable in the near future here, or this is somebody else. But I feel like this is you. This is whoever this person is that is suffering with this connection to the past, trauma, or some sort of deflating moment that was very definitive for them. You could be getting frustrated because you feel like as much as you do invest into becoming less confusing to yourself, understanding your emotions, understanding maybe your shifts in mood or behavior, it's like you want to understand more, but the more you look into yourself, the more things feel so overwhelming that you just don't know where you would even start to take action to fix things or to get better. You know what I mean? And this is, I understand this because this, it doesn't have to be PTSD again, but when you do have that, this is definitely something that you go through, and it can take you to a really depressed place where it's almost like, what's the point in even trying? It just seems like it's a mountain in front of me that I would have to climb, and I'm too exhausted to even take the first step. So what is the point in me being optimistic that I'm ever going to get to the top? You know, but all you do by spiraling in that way is you just continue to deflate yourself over and over again and keep yourself in that energy, right? Where you're scared to start because you don't understand how it would be possible to ever get to where you want to be anyways. But you're feeling exposed, you're feeling vulnerable, you're feeling a little bit pessimistic because there's something that you really want, but it's like you don't know how to approach it with the strength that would be needed. Hang in there, babe, okay? Hang in there. Okay, the Two of Wands in reverse is your advice. There does need to be commitment to a particular path here. Commitment to a path. The Five of Wands. Look at this. Things are not feeling so light for you at this exact moment. So this deck comes with an extra 10 of Swords card, and one of them says everything is fine on the bottom, and then the other one is just the normal 10 of Swords. So this one came out, and this one is at the bottom of the deck. That's a lot of fucking swords, okay? That's a lot of pain. That is a lot of trauma. And this is you just being like, just keep swimming. It's okay. I'm going to be fine. But it's like you don't really believe it, right? It's like when you tell yourself everything's fine, but meanwhile you have 10 swords in your back and you're bleeding out on the battlefield. It's like everything's okay, right? You don't want to tell yourself that everything is not okay in terms of like blowing it up and making it more hopeless than it needs to be. But at the same time, I think that the only way out is through, and there is something that is being asked to be addressed head on here. And it's saying walk straight into the storm. Your advice is to pick the path that takes you right into the heart of this chaos or conflict inside of you. It's basically like you don't feel brave or strong enough, but you are. You are. Maybe not to address your external circumstances and take action on getting everything in alignment and organized and back to where you want it to be. But the first step is through doing that within yourself first, or at least acknowledging where you're at within yourself so that you can then take the appropriate first step, right? Or even be able to know what that is without getting overwhelmed. So it is saying commit to the path of looking at the source of this conflict and chaos within you, because only through moving through something are you able to then transmute it and transform it into something else. So things might feel a little scary right now. You might feel like you're lying to yourself, just telling yourself that everything's going to be okay just to get by. But there is the release of this energy available to you. This Scorpio energy is here to help you transform that. But again, it can only be transmuted once you look at it, once you face it. And that's going to take some bravery. But after that, you'll feel a lot more empowered, okay? But this isn't really a process that you can control. And that's one of the most frustrating parts of healing some sort of deep wound, right? Is that healing isn't linear. And especially with things where where it impacts you to such a deep degree, where there is things that are that happen to your body or your mind that are not really in your control, like you dissociate or you feel removed or disconnected from your physical body, or you're carrying a lot of tension that you're not really aware of in your body due to some sort of trauma or emotion, or you are triggered by things, right? These are all things that you only gain more control over through slowly bringing more awareness and grace to. Because if you just get frustrated and try to control them, you're going to just continue being more frustrated by the fact that you can't control them. And you can't speed up the process of your healing. And trust me, I've been there. But that is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing you mostly just really want to stay committed. I'm seeing you're already committed to investing in investigating what it is that is creating this confusion within you and in your, circumstances around you as a result. But really, they're just saying stay committed to finding the primary source of conflict and chaos within yourself, because bringing awareness to that alone is going to sort of trigger a very positive transformation of that energy. And I think you'll feel some sort of release, because here, right, you might be able to release some sort of pain or the weight of something, or it will allow you to think about it in a different way so that you're not so in your head in a detrimental way that keeps kind of dragging you back to the place where you're rubbing salt in the wound rather than wrapping a bandage around it, you know? Okay. That's what I see, Gemini, but you're doing great. You're already doing the brave work of taking a look at it. So just don't let yourself get deflated if you can, okay? So try not to be hard on yourself through this process because it is a process, okay? All right. Let's see what's happening for Cancer. Remove swords to regain full range of motion. Yes. Full range of motion. That is right. And for you, the full range of motion is going to be, it's very Gemini-esque, right? Gemini is mutable air. You can move mentally very, with a certain fluidity and mutability. And that is your strength. But I feel like you kind of feel backed into the corner by whatever this is, and it has limited your perspective and your ability to see an optimistic outcome. It's kind of just like painted you into a corner where the only vision that you have is something that is not so positive, and you're struggling to get out of that space. But you can do it just one small step at a time, okay? Don't be too hard on yourself, because when you're in that state, the last thing that you want to be doing is putting more pressure on yourself. You'll be keeping yourself in that space, right? Okay. Let's see what's going on for Cancer. Okay, now I feel like I want the fireplace on because now it's getting cold. Let me turn it on. Cancer. Cancer need to know. Okay. 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 Let me see here what's going on. Turn the fireplace on and then I'll be right back. Foot is asleep. All right. Cancer. Where's that pen? Hello, Cancer, my beautiful little crabby cakes. I hope that you are doing wonderfully. So let's take a look and see what's going on here in your current circumstances. So the engaging energy, so this could be a situation or a person that is closely surrounding and sort of impacting you. You got the Ace of Wands in reverse, and it came out with this oracle card, which is a quote by Anais Nin, and it says, "I was always ashamed to take, so I gave. It was not a virtue, it was a disguise." Okay. This is coming through as like someone has run out of steam. Someone has maybe burnt themselves out through overgiving, and it wasn't because they didn't want balance, but it's because they have some sort of shame surrounding receiving, maybe, or asking for what they are worth. So this could be somebody who, for a while, they thought that it was like a virtue to be very generous and to overgive, maybe in relationships, maybe even in work. But they're realizing that that was really just a disguise stemming from a place of shame, guilt, or woundedness that made them feel uncomfortable with receiving, is what I'm feeling. But they're feeling like a lack of passion, a lack of will to push forwards, or they're just feeling like they don't have any energy to put towards something. And I'm getting it's because they have been overgiving. So that could be overgiving to you, or it could be just overgiving in another area of their life. The Two of Pentacles in reverse. This is someone who's picking a different path. They might be picking a path of not investing in a connection with you because they feel as though they overgave, and that may not have been your fault, right? That could have just been something this person naturally did because they felt like that's how they had to show up in the connection. But I do see that they are taking action out of this space of knowing what they do and don't have to give, and they don't feel like they have a lot to give right now to, I feel like, their connection with you. Something about it feels imbalanced to them, and again, that could have been something that happened as a result of their own approach to the situation, or just the dynamic that was between the two of you. Okay. You are in the energy of the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, and it came out with this card here, which also came out in reverse. But what it says is, life is a spiral, not a straight line. You continually come back to things you thought you understood so that you can see deeper truths. So it's not like you go from here to here and you never come back to things you experienced down here, right? It's like, this is life. So you're spiraling upwards always. So you might come around to the same point, but you're actually looking at it from a higher perspective when you come back around to it, so that you can understand it more deeply and see deeper truths because you're more removed from it, right? But there's something here where maybe you're not understanding why something is coming up again, or maybe something is coming up again, but you're more frustrated with the fact that it is resurfacing in your life because you're not seeing that deeper truth. You're not seeing the higher knowledge. You're not feeling as though you have new insight, or maybe you're not looking at it from a place of new insight. You're just kind of in your head perceiving it the same way that you always have. What is this Nine of Pentacles in reverse? You could feel like something that's being brought up to you again in your life is kind of destabilizing you in some sort of way right now. With this Nine of Pentacles in reverse. What is that all about, though? What is that about? The Nine of Pentacles can also talk about, when it's in reverse, struggling to take care of your basic needs. So there could be something that's kind of, you're not understanding, or it's frustrating you or stressing you out, and maybe you're not taking the best care of yourself as a result. You could be, for instance, like, I don't know, not taking action in some way that would be positive for you, either in moving towards a certain situation to resolve it, or taking action to look at things from a new perspective so that you can gain that higher understanding, maybe. It could also be, though, that you're, I don't know, yeah, there's something where you're keeping yourself stuck from actually moving forwards because you're not seeing that higher, whatever's coming up again for you, it's coming up so that it can bring you a gift of deeper understanding. But I don't feel like you're seeing that just yet, and it's more frustrating than anything because you feel as though it's destabilizing or stagnating you. So you could be like, why is this situation coming up again? Now I feel stuck in this energy. But it's really the fact that you're not able yet to see it from like a new perspective that's keeping you stuck, not the situation itself, if that makes sense. Okay. The Nine of Swords in reverse is in the recent past. And then you have the Three of Cups in reverse in the near future. I just realized every card on the table is in reverse. So yeah, there definitely could be a sense of something just not shifting or moving the way that you would like it to, or there being like a lack of energy in a certain situation. Like both of you are drained, or both of you are not able to see something from a higher perspective, something like that. Or else maybe one person removed themselves from the situation because they realized that there was an imbalance, or they felt they were giving too much, or they were burnt out. And so energy has been removed or pulled back, revoked in some area. But then on your behalf, I'm seeing like an instability or a stagnancy. What's this Nine of Swords in reverse in the recent past for Cancer? It's coming through as like not really thinking about or focusing on something that stresses you out. Yeah. I feel like you weren't really giving any attention or energy to something in order to avoid anxiety surrounding it, right? Which is not necessarily a negative thing. This can be giving your brain like a rest or a break from constantly going over something that felt like it wasn't getting anywhere. And sometimes it can be pretty beneficial to take a break so that you can come back at it with like a fresh perspective or a clear mind. But this could also be you not experiencing stress because there is no longer an energetic. I see the two of you and this person, or you in this situation, it's like you're not giving to it, or they're not giving to it, or both of you are not invested in something. There's a lack of energetic exchange with that Six of Pentacles in reverse. But in the recent past, this actually alleviated some anxiety or stress, or it gave your mind a break, is what I'm seeing. What's this Three of Cups in reverse in the near future? The World in reverse. Something is not fully closed out. What's up, Monchi? Monch, not Monchi. What's up? How are you doing? It's like something is not being resolved between you and someone. If there's been a situation where there was a misunderstanding, I feel like there's not forgiveness or there isn't resolution, but the cycle has also not been closed out. Or I don't know. Again, it's like something is in either a state of indefinite hiatus or pause, or energy is just stagnant or stuck or not being given to the situation, but it's not closing out. The situation is still very much present. It's just not evolving or getting better. I'm good, thanks. Let's see. You could be experiencing a little bit of tension or conflict with somebody that things aren't resolved with in the near future. And again, it might be something that is coming up because this cycle has just been left open and it is seeking resolution. Like the energy is seeking resolution. The King of Swords in reverse and the Page of Swords. Ugh. The Star in reverse, Temperance in reverse, the Tower in reverse, Strength in reverse. Okay. Be careful, because I don't know if this is you or them, but it seems like someone is communicating from a rather triggered place or a very frustrated place, an unhealed and imbalanced place, if you will. And it's the ego. It's the ego that is coming through to talk with this King of Swords in reverse. It's almost like someone not knowing how to create evolution or change in a situation, and so they're like, let me just go in like kamikaze and just like shots fired, you know? It's kind of an energy of masochism a little bit, or self-sabotage, where it's like, let me just throw a grenade in this situation just to create change, or let me just bleed so that at least I feel something, even if it's pain, you know? But it's like, is that gonna make the situation better? I don't know, but I don't like this that much. It might be a little bit manipulative too, like showing up in conversation like, I'm just the Page of Swords, I'm just checking in, you know, but with ulterior motives to control or manipulate a situation perhaps. And I feel like it's just out of frustration and wanting to create change, but it still is not it's not a super beneficial approach, right? Okay, the King of Wands in reverse is your advice. The King of Swords and the King of Wands in reverse, that is a lot of imbalanced masculine energy, specifically. But with the King of Wands in reverse, it's kind of asking you to look at, where are you not being the change that you wish to create in a certain situation? Where can you like walk the talk or lead the way, or can you somehow bring the energy that you want in the situation to the situation in hopes of, you know, influencing it positively, rather than just kind of coming at it from a space of instability or chaos and just kind of like, well, let's just fuck shit up, you know? I feel like there needs to be a change or a transformation of the way that things have been approached or handled in the past here between yourself and someone. What's the King of Wands in reverse? The Tower. The Ace of Pentacles. There is the opportunity for a new beginning here that could still be, it's like you could restart something here or come at it with a fresh slate, and something could still grow. You could still plant that seed, but it needs to happen from a place of balance and empowerment and knowing what you want and why. So having kind of a clear goal and intention behind that. so that you're not going in like wavering, and you're not going in with this defensive, aggressive, like overly egoic assertion kind of energy, because this is Mars energy, the masculine, right? And then the King of Wands in reverse, it's like taking this masculine action or going to war, but from an unstable or sort of toxic or place, or just from a place where you're quite in your ego. I think that there's just a higher perspective that wants to be seen here, but you're sort of triggered by feeling like you're stuck in the same situation and nothing is changing, especially if it's something that you took a break from thinking about or investing in the past, and you felt some sort of like relief from that, but then now it's coming up again, but you're not seeing it as coming up with the intention of helping you grow. You're seeing it more as like, why is this coming up again? Why am I now being frustrated by the same situation again that I thought that I had gotten like some sort of respite from in the recent past? It's like thinking that you've walked away from something that brings out some sort of rather frustrated or emotional response in you. It feels like it triggers you, to be honest, whatever this is. But the reason it's really coming up is not to just like, it's not because you're doing something wrong, but it's because it isn't closed out yet, and it's not really, I don't know. This is something that it's like you want to disconnect from the way you feel about this situation emotionally, because it stresses you out mentally. Your feelings towards this stress you out mentally, and then you ruminate and you get stuck there and you try to escape that or move beyond it or evolve beyond it. But there's some sort of truth that needs to be recognized, adopted, or some sort of old belief that might need to be released. Something needs to shift here, though, in order to see this from a higher perspective, a more evolved perspective, and then approach it differently as a result. But with the Tower, this is definitely about embracing something kind of intense, right? The Tower is not something that can ever be avoided. It's like, the Tower is often about something that is being triggered in order to fall apart in our life, or it's being poked in order to kind of bring that to a breaking point so something can fall apart that needs to fall apart, though. It's like it's long past its expiry date. Something needs to change, needs to shift, and either we have not been able or willing to create that change ourselves in the situation, so the universe is like, I'm coming in to do it for you, buddy, a little tough love, you know? And it's like it brings this assertive, aggressive energy to your doorstep, but it's not to bully you or intimidate you, it's to help you create that change that is needed. Any other advice for Cancer? It's really just saying watch your ego when that happens, though. The Three of Pentacles in reverse, the Chariot in reverse. Yeah, see, you could be triggered by something not coming together, or someone not wanting to cooperate with you or work with you. This could be a work situation for some of you, but it could just be you want to create or bring something together, but it's like you feel as though you don't have the power to push this forwards because it involves somebody else. Maybe this is a family member or a loved one, and it's frustrating because there is love under the surface here, but it's like there's some form of frustration or it's stuck energy, and that's what needs to crash down. And it might be your ego surrounding the situation that is what needs to crash down. Like, this is really screaming ego death to me. And ego death is not a bad thing. Ego death is really just an integration of an element of our identity. that is currently not serving us to the greatest extent that it could, right? It's essentially an ego death would be looking at an uncomfortable part of ourselves in order to integrate it into the whole so that you can be more sovereign and empowered over that energy, rather than it triggering you, rather than it frustrating or angering you, in which case it has kind of more control over you, right? So there is love here. It's basically saying to focus on the love and try to, if you can, try to kind of de-escalate yourself so that when you're approaching this situation, you're open to it not going the way that it has in the past, or you're open to the dynamic shifting in some sort of way or crumbling because you recognize that that is something that needs to happen. But I feel like there can be growth, there can be resolve and that sort of thing that happens here, but it is going to take some humility, maybe a little bit of surrender, not trying to control, not trying to assert your will to like manage a situation, but it more so needs to be like a meeting of equals is kind of what I'm getting here. And also something about the acknowledgement that things cannot be the way that they have been. There needs to be kind of like a radically different approach taken is what's coming through here for the situation to move forwards, is what I'm seeing, okay? All right, Cancer, we are moving on to Leo. Let's see what's going on for my Leos. Leo gang. Where you at? Where you at? All right, let's see. Leos are roaring in the chat. We love to see it. Okay. What is happening for my brave-hearted beauties? Can always count on my Leos to make a little noise. I love that. You're not afraid of drawing some attention to yourself. We love that for you. Okay. What does Leo need to be aware of at this time? That's good. You're here to liberate the world, to understand that we're all meant to be here to take up that divine space, you know. Drawing a little attention to the brightness within you is not a problem. No, 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 no. Show them how it's done. Okay. Let's see. What does Leo need to know about the current situation? Whoa. Yeah, that's the past. Okay. Clarify. You've been going through it this year, have you? The only Leo placement I have is my Lilith, so I have nothing further to say about that. And my Aries Venus is in my 5th house, but yeah, my Lilith is the only place. God help me. It's a karma year, is it? Damn. Tell me about this engaging energy with Leo. Oh. Okay. It's an 8. Yeah. Yeah, strength. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see what's going on with this. Are you trying to love someone who just ain't having it, Leo? What's going on? All right. Hello, Leo. What is happening, my loves? So let's take a look at this. This looks like some interesting energy. Someone is defensive against your love. Let me just say, it's like it's incredible how they will resist. I like how it's not like, yeah, I just got to give up. It's like, nah, they're resisting. I must push harder. You know, I'm an Aries Venus, so I feel ya. But the engaging energy is the 7 of Wands. So it's someone that is literally ready to fight you off with a stick if you come near them. And it's interesting because the reason why they're so defensive. Here, have you put a spell on me and you're like, honey, I am the spell, you know? But this person is like, what sort of black magic is this? It's like, this would be someone who can't stop thinking about you, but they are highly disturbed by the thought that they cannot stop thinking about you. And so they're all up in arms about it because it doesn't, they're like, is this black magic? Did Leo do a love spell on me? And you're like, my energy is the spell. Like, what are you not understanding? I'm hot shit, you know? But this person is not having a good time with the situation. And they are like, who goes there? You shall not cross, you know, you shall not pass, Gandalf style. Like you're that big ass demon that he like throws back into the pits of hell. I think this is low-key someone who is just a little bit triggered by their desire for you, if we're being completely honest here. It's T? Is it T? Okay. Tell me about this 7 of... I can't control my sexiness. Tell me about this 7 of Wands. Why is this person so up in arms against Leo's sexy heart? The 3 of Pentacles, because they want to build with you. They have a secret. This is someone that's coming through as if they sabotaged the connection, but they secretly want you, but they're like, the desire feels too heavy. So I need to push them away. But secretly, it's like this person wants to cooperate with you. They want to resolve the issues. They want to come back together. But they are super defensive against their own desire towards you. That's the best way that I can explain this person. It's like they're triggered by wanting you. He pulls away because he's so horny. Well, I'm gonna stay away from commenting on that one, but yeah. Okay. The energy that you are currently embodying. I love you so much. Okay. You are in the Lover's energy with this oracle card that says, stop thinking about him. He sucks. But notice how all the pink, it's like you are all heart. You are in your Leo energy. This is Gemini energy, but you are very connected to the heart. You're the ruler of the heart. This is like you amplifying your energy to be even more sexy and even more desirable, but at the same time being like, oh, you don't want to fuck with me? Well, I'm not going to force you. You know what I mean? You're like, I'm amplifying the energy that I know pulls you to me, but at the same time, I am like, but I'm not texting you. If you want to play hard to get, like, there's something here about this. And you're like, if you're gonna be an idiot, then I'm not gonna text you, but I am going to still be over here with my big sexy heart, and I'm going to amplify this energy, and it's your problem if you like me, Like, sorry that you love me. What can I do? It's like that Tate McRae song where she's like, oh, I'm sorry that you love me. Change my mind up like it's origami. The push-pull is so strong. Every force has an equal opposite reaction. If you're being violently pushed for no reason, then there is a reason. That's true. Okay, tell me more about Leo's energy, please. Tell me more about this. Because not going to lie, it is a bit of a mixed signal. The signal you're sending out is loud and clear. It is not mixed at all. But I think that what the mixed signal is a little bit more what you're telling yourself, because it's almost like you're like, me, I'm not doing this, but you secretly are radiating this energy, knowing full well you claim this reading. All my Leos are like, we are here to claim our sexiness, okay? But I think you're trying to heal some sort of pain through transforming yourself, right? Yes, Dale. But you're kind of trying to remove yourself a little bit from the situation and the pain by being like, whatever then, you suck. I'm just going to be over here being sexy. You know what I mean? And it's a you problem if you can't stop spying on my social media. If you can't stop getting worked up over my thirst traps, then that sounds like a you problem, But you're kind of telling yourself that this person is a schmuck, but at the same time, deep in your heart of hearts, it still beats for them. Let's just be real, okay? That's what I'm feeling. You could also have people talking to you, telling you to stop thinking about a specific person because of the way that the situation has gone so far, because they have treated you poorly, because they have sent mixed signals, or because they're so defensive. Like, this could be people texting you, stop thinking about that person already, Leo, like, you're better than that kind of thing as well. Okay. In the recent past is the Eight of Pentacles. So work. You were doing something here, putting some vibes into something. Now, this could have been a distraction tactic to get your mind off of this person. Or this could be you putting work into the connection with this person, or trying to kind of like break through their barriers or get through to them in the past. So let's get more clarity on that situation. Tell me about that Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Swords in reverse. Okay. Three of Cups in reverse. Okay. Wow. There is a certain loudness and violence to this that really is Leo-esque, and I say that with so much love. Also, having strong fixed energy in my chart, I say that with just all the love and respect in the world, Leo, because I feel like I get you and you get me. But there's something here where, like, fixed signs, you know how we're very, like, all or nothing, you know? And when we're in, it's like, it is the force of like the heat of 1,000 burning suns behind me, and nothing could stop me from pursuing this. And it's like I'm running forward, I'm fearless, I'm putting all my energy and work into this. Oh, you shut me down? All right, whatever. I'm going in the complete opposite direction. I am completely focused on myself. You suck. I don't think about you at all. I wasn't jumping into this with my whole heart. No, in fact, I'm putting the final nail in the coffin. It's like you went from this is like a it's like going 0 to 60 and like down the highway towards this person, and then I feel like there was complications, or someone, like, you know, this could have been this person blocking you or saying I'm actually not open to that. And it's like you did a 180 Mach speed 180, and you turned around and you were like, all right, well, you know, never need a bitch, I'm what a bitch need, you know? It's kind of like, and you switched up your story really fast. And I think that you were like, okay, you want to be that way? Well, I'm just going to focus on my happiness. I'm going to focus on new opportunities that bring me success and my happiness. And I'm just going to glow up, you know? I'm just going to take this energy to be even more in my heart. And, you know, it's one of those things that is kind of like, you might have been slightly offended a little bit, like, excuse me, you clearly do not see what, you clearly don't see what you've got in front of you, you know what I mean? Because you're moving either very slowly, or you're not acting serious when I'm right in front of you, sexy and like all in. Like, what are you waiting for, you know? It's like, why is there hesitancy? Third party, let me clarify. Is this 3 of Cups in reverse? Is there any sort of external influence here in the form of another person? No, I don't feel like it. It's coming through more as, I mean, if you know that there was, then obviously, then yes. But for the majority of you, I don't feel like that is what is being, it's more like someone denying you because they're choosing to stay in an unhealed state rather than do the work that it would take to commit to you. And maybe for some of you that translates through to like, I'm not doing the work to be more committal so that I can commit to you. So I'm rejecting you, and I'm going to stay in this state of like, not like casually dating or not having to take something serious. Essentially, they knew that they would have to take you serious. They were not enough in their power and confidence to do so, so they shut you down. That's what I'm seeing here. So the Queen of Pentacles in reverse is in the near future for you. Tell me about that. This is Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Seven of Pentacles in reverse, the Sun in reverse. Prudence, yeah, they weren't seeing. Let's see. This is someone still not showing up and not actually going for what they truly want. It's like, because of a lack of confidence in themselves, though, it doesn't really have to do with you. It's like they are intimidated by the energy that you exude. And I know this is nothing new for you to hear, right? You're probably like, I'm bored of hearing this. Like, is somebody gonna match my freak? And by match my freak, I mean my unapologetic shine and glow. Like, can anyone meet me here without like getting intimidated and running away? I'm just trying to offer you my heart here, you know? But in the near future, this is someone that is, they're not able to invest or even really fully see or appreciate your beauty and everything that you bring to the table because they are not in a healthy state themselves. So the Queen of Pentacles in reverse is someone who isn't really taking care of their basic needs. So, you know, they're either not getting enough sleep, or they're not feeding themselves correctly, or they're not doing things that make them feel good and balanced inside, right? But it's because of their own lack of investment into their own well-being that's the reason why they're not stable and confident and able to meet you where you're at. It's because they are not really putting in the effort. Okay. The High Priestess is your advice. Tell me more about the High Priestess. So this is the energy of the moon. It's a very intuitive energy. It's an energy of being connected to what you feel and what your intuitive notions and subconscious are telling you or guiding you towards. Tell me about that High Priestess for Leo's advice. Okay, the Queen of Cups, the Two of Cups in reverse. If something changes, you're next up. You remove your energy like crazy. Yeah, exactly. Right? Isn't that what, right? You're in someone's energy, you're shining, you're flowing all over them, you're shooting your fire left, right, and center, you're lighting them up, you're inspiring them, you're turning them on. They're feeling the warmth of the sun on their skin, right? And it's like they don't realize like where that's coming from, you know? And then they push you away, and then when the sun is gone, they're like, oh, why is it so cold out here, so dark? It's like, I fucking wonder, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So there's something that you know intuitively, and I feel like what it is that you know that this person does have love for you. However, I do think that you also have the intuitive knowing that you would be waiting for this person forever because they're not going to show up as your equal. It's not that the love isn't there. The love is there, and it's reciprocated between the two of you. There are actual real deep feelings there. However, they're not calibrating with you. It's like they're not stepping into their power, and so therefore it could never move to its full potential of being actually emotionally balanced and fulfilling and abundant, right? But this is something that you do have some sort of intuitive awareness of, and it might frustrate you. But I feel like this is something that you're meant to accept because it is true. It's like both things can exist at once, right? Unfortunately, it's like someone can love you and still not choose you, and that sucks. I feel like that's just kind of the end of that sentence, honestly. There's not really anything I can say after that to make that hurt less or be less of a shitty situation, right? And the thing is, it's hard when you can instinctively or intuitively pick up that is there, that it is reciprocated. But the thing is, you can't talk someone into loving you. You never also want to like have to convince someone that you are worth loving and pursuing. I mean, come on. You deserve so much more than that. You know what I mean? So this is something intuitively that you know that this person has the desire. I feel like this is a source of frustration for you because you still feel your love and desire for them to some degree. And you might find it hard to disconnect from that because you feel that it is returning to you in some way. But at the same time, it's like, it's not going anywhere, you know? Is there any final advice that you have? Men don't want someone to challenge them. They definitely don't. I can speak from experience. They don't. Let's see. Yeah. You want to continue looking forwards and not like the worst thing that you could do is wait for this person, because I feel like you're just going to be disappointed by the lack of showing up that they do, you know? And I know that that is kind of shitty, but it's like this person just, they don't have to give what you desire, deserve, and have to give. You know what I mean? They just don't got it. They are without. But at the same time, they don't have the courage to completely disconnect from their love for you because, I don't know, this is kind of just coming through as emotional immaturity, emotional unavailability. And you're here with your whole damn big ass heart. And this person is like, part of the reason that they're intimidated is because they know that in their current state, they don't hold a candle to that. But it's because, not because they're not capable, it's because they are disconnected from that part of themselves and they're choosing to be. So they are aware of the problem, I feel like, but they're also not being accountable or putting in the work to get better. And unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't believe that you're worth it. They might not believe that they are worth it, or maybe they just feel like it's too daunting of a task. But regardless, you probably don't want to stick around and wait, because I feel like you don't want to hold your breath because you're going to be running out of air waiting for this person, okay? Unfortunately. Even though they want you, they might even fantasize about you, and, they might get a little intimate with themselves while thinking about you. So you might want to do a little cleanse of your energy, or just make sure that there is like some healthy distance, or make sure that energetically you know what is yours and what is theirs, because they could be sending a lot of energy your way. And this could also be influencing how like still connected you feel to them, okay? So it could be, if you're not aware that you're taking in some of their energetic influence, then it could be impacting you in such a way that you're holding on for longer than you normally even would, right? So that's something you're probably just going to want to take a little look at here. But yeah. Yes, some do wait and remain stuck. But I would not recommend it. You're welcome, Mystic. Yeah, because I'm feeling that energy. It's like, it's not for lack of desire for you, but the thing is, some people that are not comfortable with receiving like actual deep, meaningful, and intense love that goes beyond the superficial level, they're more comfortable staying in a state of lack of fulfillment, right? And what is a lack of fulfillment? It is a constant state of desire. So it is a state of lust. It's a state of longing. And these people they're comfortable with those things because they're superficial, they're surface level, and they don't require them to be actually receptive to something deeper. Do you know what I mean? So they'll skim the surface, they'll have that desire for you, which they feel comfortable staying connected to, but they won't be able to go past that, right? How can you cleanse the energy? It's basically about intention. Intention is the most powerful thing of all. So you kind of just want to maybe meditate and set the intention to become aware of any energy that is being projected at you, or any energy that you may have internalized or taken in as your own. And then you can just ask that that be gently removed from you, and that an energetic shield be placed. You can also do something where you kind of envision a cord cutting, or you see like the energy between the two of you in some sort of physical form, and then you can visualize that like dissolving or being cut, or whatever the case. But visualization and intention are really the strongest things to do with cleansing. You don't need like an actual tool, although you can use tools like sage and palo, but those are more like space cleansers. And I feel like it would be more beneficial for you to kind of envision the release of the energy, or you could envision you kind of moving away from it, you know? Be naggy to him, he might fall out of love with you. That's true. You're welcome. I mean, if someone is not capable of being fully in love with you, then I don't think that it's your responsibility to do something to push their indecisive, cowardly ass out of love with you. Do you know what I mean? Just let that bitch go and be unfulfilled. You know what I mean? Because that's what they're choosing, and that's their reality. You don't really have to go any further with that. You know, I don't think you really need to cast this person out, because they're not allowing themselves to connect with you in a meaningful way anyways, right? So, okay. Let's see. Let's move on to Virgo. Virgo. Or be fulfilled to someone else? Probably not, if they're so disconnected from their heart, but yeah, maybe. We can always wish the best for people, right? You feel the energy pull so often. You keep second guessing yourself. That maybe you should reconsider investing. Yeah, just another way to cleanse is just by grounding into your own body and your own energy. Because drawing awareness and really like being comfortable with how your energy feels is going to make it easier for you to determine when something that is not your own is coming in and influencing, right? So the more that you can connect to your own energy and become aware of that, the more you'll be aware of when something is coming in that is not that. So let's see what's going on with Virgo's energy. Weightlifting and dancing. Nice. Those sound like really positive ways to handle the situation or the energy, right? Move the energy, transmute the energy, that kind of thing. Virgo. You're welcome. Oh, man. I hope that these people do find fulfillment, though. I mean, we all deserve fulfillment. If they are rejecting it in you, then you're not their person. That is just the reality, right? If someone's capable, if you can offer everything that you are to someone from a vulnerable and honest place, and they reject you, then they're not for you. So we don't have to hold on to that and be resentful and stay in like a bitter energy, because that's not useful to anyone. We can let them go with grace and be like, okay, go find happiness then, you know, because why would I care when you're not my person, quite clearly, you know? And it's not like that it's always that simple, but at the same time, if someone doesn't choose you, it's not really personal. A lot of the time it has more to do with where they are at personally than you, right? Especially if the way that they push you away is like distasteful, you know? Like they don't really have a lot of character. That shows you that they clearly don't see you if they can't respect you. And so it's like, why would you want to be with someone like that anyways, really, right? Okay. What's going on with Virgo? Let's see. Tell me about my beautiful Virgos. Mortal enemies, and pushing you away is the only guaranteed way to keep you safe. That's just you. I don't know. Wouldn't you be better off fighting as a team, though? Just not by yourself. Just you against your mortal enemies. I don't know. That sounds like a video game scenario to me. Let's see. And also, I don't feel like, I don't know. You know those people that think that they are being like heroic by being like, I'm just not the one for you, so I'm gonna violently push you away because this is what's really best. It's like, you don't decide what's really best for me, though. Who gave you the right, you know? It's like, no, I'm a big girl or I'm a big boy, right? You can decide what you're investing in. And if you know what you're getting yourself into, it's up to you to decide whether you're going to invest in that or not, right? It kind of bothers me when people are like, I'm doing this for you. It's like, how are you going to say that, though, when it's not what I want? You know what I mean? I think you're just telling people just tell themselves, I'm doing this for you, to cover up, like, often their own cowardice, you know? I just slayed a delusional dragon on your back. Pew, pew. I'll fire them down out of the sky. But we have to let people make choices for themselves, whether that is to invest or to walk away. It doesn't really matter. People have their own free will, and that's their right, you know? All right, what's going on, Virgo? Okay, well, okay, recent past. If you knew the mess. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Maybe. I might agree. Well, I am a warrior in my own right, so I might be like, no, I want to be your Bonnie, the Bonnie to your Clyde, and fight with you. I most likely would say that, knowing me. So I'm not looking for someone to protect me. I'm looking for someone to be my partner in crime, and I'm not afraid of many things because I've already seen a lot of shit, you know? So let's see. And also, you know, sometimes people are sent to you as a gift to help you through the challenges, but then we have this thing where we're like, we got to do it by ourselves, right? But that's not always the case. Sometimes the universe is like, for fuck's sake, just take the assistance. But we're like, we got to do it on our own. And this is coming from someone who has been that person. So I'm speaking from experience. It's not always the best to deny something that has been sent to you as like a gift of support, you know? Let's see. Wow. This is big. Hmm. Okay. This is someone. Hold on a second. Okay. Weird. I don't know. If you or this person is putting up a front, but there's someone putting up a front. Here. Let's see. But it is a lie, maybe a very convincing lie for, I don't know, maybe the person telling it. I don't know if you are convinced or if you're the person telling the lie, but let's see. Okay, Virgo. Hi, Virgo. How are you doing, baby? I hope you are doing well. So, let's take a look at what's going on here for you. So, the engaging or surrounding energy is the energy of the Fool, which is Uranus. And it came out with this oracle card here. So you got the Fool, this cute little guy taking a step out, taking a chance, and then it's clarified by this oracle card, which to me very much talks about expansion, or like the understanding of the vastness of something, or maybe understanding that you are leaping out into something far bigger than what you've experienced so far. So I feel like the engaging energy, whether this is another person or whether this is just an energy of a really expansive opportunity that is surrounding you, there's something that would be challenging you to see the world, or to like make your world bigger than what it has been, essentially. To open up your reality and allow it to be bigger than what it has been. So it's almost coming through as like a dare. I heard triple dog dare ya. Triple dog dare ya. And it could be from another person, it could be energetically, or it could be from kind of the universe by offering you this this opportunity. The Seven of Pentacles, Three of Pentacles in reverse, Seven of Cups, Hierophant in reverse. Okay. For a lot of you, there's either another person or an energy. Thank you, by the way, Mystic226. I appreciate that super chat, or that donation. Thank you. I said that in my head, then realized just now that I didn't actually say it out loud. Okay. Either the universe has given you an opportunity and they're like, it's all in, we're sending this to you full throttle, full force, and it's like that energy is highly invested. So it could be your higher self giving you an opportunity to expand your existence, your world, to see yourself as more than, you know, as bigger than you have been, or to step out into something that seems very expansive. Or else this is another person who really wants to take a leap into something with you because they see a huge amount of potential, and this person is fully invested. It's like they took the leap of faith. It's like they saw what it could be, they felt what it could be, they leapt off the cliff, they invested fully, and there was action, physical, tangible action and energy that they invested into the situation. However, I feel like you might have turned down the opportunity to accept this or to cooperate with them, which could have brought them a lot of emotional confusion, because it's not that they saw it as a safe bet necessarily, but it's like, I'm getting the sense that they very strongly saw intuitively and felt that, okay, this is an opportunity being offered to me by the universe, or this is an opportunity for me, which is why they put their whole selves into it and leapt into it, right? But then it looks like what they got in response was like not cooperating, emotional confusion or wishy-washiness, and a lack of commitment. So this could be someone that was into you that you were not into, that misread the situation or thought that you were serious, or maybe you were and then you backed out. But there's someone or something that fully committed, invested, and took a leap of faith into you or towards you, because honestly, they see you as being the whole universe. You know, they were like, this is worth it, and I'm jumping, and they jumped. But I feel like they were met with a lot of confusion or some sort of response that really confused them. So your energy that you are in is the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. Well, that will do it, because it's like you and this person are in opposite energies. This person is lit up, inspired, in this energy of, I'm willing to take a risk because I don't really see it as a risk. This is also someone who trusts themselves. Like the Fool is able to take a leap into new experiences, not needing to know, not needing to have all the answers, not needing to have everything like planned out, not needing to control, but just because they know that something is for them, something is being presented to them that has a lot of potential. And so they leap into that potential from a space of openness, hope, and curiosity, essentially. So someone did that. But you are in the energy of the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, which is like literally, it's the energy of not moving at all. So the Knight of Pentacles in the upright is someone that they take their time because they're very thoughtful and strategic, but they're still moving, you know, like there's still some sort of movement taking place. Well, with the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, it's like full stop. Like we are completely paused. We're in a state of hiatus. Nothing is happening here. The cars aren't even in the keys aren't even in the ignition. They're not even in the car, you know? So the interesting thing though is that you have it clarified with this card, which says, I believe in you and you are my proof that everything gets better and that love can be true. I believe in you. So I don't know if you have love and belief in someone else other than this person that took this leap of faith towards you, and that's why you rejected them, because you're invested in someone else that you love and believe in, and you're actually moving towards that situation. Or you actually have this love for this person that took a leap of faith towards you, but for some reason you're not acting on it at all. So it's one of those two things. So let's clarify a little bit. Can you tell me more about why Virgo's in this Knight of Pentacles in reverse energy? The Six of Wands in reverse. You're in your ego, And that's not, you're not in your ego in like a, I'm gonna act all like, oh, I puff out my chest. Not the ego manifesting in that way. I'm getting it more like your ego manifesting in that it is trying to protect you by telling you there won't be success here. So it's like, don't bother moving towards this. It's too big of a risk. There's too much at stake. Too many things could go wrong. It's like your ego convincing you from a place of fear and insecurity that something won't work. And then that doubt within you causing you to not move towards it at all. So basically, like where this person saw the opportunity and took a leap of faith, you saw an opportunity and shut it down. So the two of you had the same opportunity but approached it from a very different energy or perspective. Even though I do feel like you both, I don't know. So tell me about these feelings then. Why is Virgo in this energy of like, I believe in this person? The Devil. Okay. Well, attraction is not a choice. Yeah, but love is more than attraction. Love is a lot more than attraction. This is not attraction. Like truly believing in someone and saying like, you show me, you make me believe that things can be better, that love, that true love can exist. That is a lot more than just like, you're hot and I'm drawn to you. You know what I mean? So there's someone here, maybe this isn't your message. If this isn't your story, then it's not your message. But it's like a lack of transformation is happening in you because there is some sort of toxic perspective that is limiting your personal growth. And you're manifesting like more of this energy in your life because that's what you're focused on, right? This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like taking an assumption or something that you don't really know for sure, or either an expectation or an assumption, right? Taking that and projecting it onto a situation where you could really never know the outcome, but then it's like you're creating the outcome that you are projecting onto it. So yeah, it's someone basically sabotaging themselves and a situation that kind of does ignite some sort of hope and belief in them, but maybe that hope or belief scares them, and so they shut it down and they adopt more of a toxic approach or a toxic mindset as a way around that, you know? Because death in reverse and the devil, that's old toxic patterns that are not changing. It's like if nothing changes, nothing changes, you know? And that's why there's this stagnancy here. And I feel like as long as this remains, you won't ever experience anything different outside of this because you're just kind of perpetuating that, right? So even if good things do come into your life that could help you shift out of this, if you are projecting that same kind of toxic, like if you're looking at them through the same frame of mind, then you're not really going to be able to discern that whether something is a good or a bad investment. You'll kind of just keep on settling, right? And it's just, that's okay if you're happy there, but you will be limited, and it's an oppressive energy that's going to make you feel suffocated, but it's your own energy that is creating that. If this is you that's in this energy, the roles could be reversed as well. Okay. In the recent past, someone, again, out of fear and a lack of intuitive insight or a lack of trusting their intuition, was committed to indecision. So someone in the past, because of their pessimistic outlook, because of their unwillingness to move or to take action or to, you know, trust something enough to take a risk or whatever, unwillingness to trust their intuition, or their intuition was just straight up drowned out by their fears, right? This person was committed to, someone was committed to indecision in the past. Here. So again, it's like someone was decisive and took a leap and invested, and another person did not trust their intuition and stayed in a state of indecision. And sometimes there's a good reason for staying in a state of indecision, because if you feel that you can't trust something and you need time to process through to feel safe, but you're never going to feel safe if you're at the same time perpetuating your own fear, right? So it's kind of like sort of creating your situation, right? Your own situation that you're then using it to justify moving nowhere at the same time as you perpetuate it. So, okay. The Two of Swords. Tell me more about the Two of Swords in the past, though. The Ten of Cups in reverse. Okay. The Knight of Wands in reverse. Ugh. I think someone is in kind of an indulgent energy, and it's toxic. So it's indulgent in kind of like a hedonistic kind of way. They could be indulging in like sex. This is the energy of hoeing it up, you know, I'm not gonna lie. It's not only like the Knight of Wands in reverse is the easy one of the deck, let's just say that, and they enjoy that kind of lifestyle and openness, but it's not only that, but it's like directly rejecting or denying something that is truly emotionally fulfilling and solid to hold on to this, right? So it's being like, I don't want that, I'd rather have this. But yet there was still an element of indecision. So it's almost like they were, maybe someone was convincing themselves in the recent past that this is what they really want, but there's a deeper rooted reason to that they're not looking at. And I think it has to do with this fear, right? What sort of fear? Oh, I'm sorry, Lenny. I'm sorry. But that's what I see. I see someone rejecting, someone leaping in full throttle, and another person, although there are real feelings, it's like leaning into a heavier, darker, less evolved or more toxic pattern or cycle that keeps them in a space of indecision, non-committal energy, fear, and not being truly connected to their intuition. And that was in the recent past. So whether that's you or them, I'm not really sure. Take the side that resonates for you. In the near future is the Page of Pentacles. Page of Pentacles in the near future. Okay. Well, this is being open to a new experience. This is kind of opening yourself up a little more to optimism, to expecting that maybe good things can happen. So let's see what that's all about. It's taking a lighter approach, I feel like. Kind of believing that even if you've been in a heavy or dark place, the sun can still shine again. What's this Page of Pentacles energy? It is a small offer though, like it's nothing too serious. The Ace of Wands, okay. Someone's trying to make something happen here. They could be trying to manifest a new opportunity. They could also be coming in as, what's up, Jamie? How are you doing? We're glad. Well, we're glad. I'm glad to have you here. Talking as if I'm like a whole team of people here. I am glad to have you here. This could be someone, okay, the Ace of Cups in reverse is at the bottom of the deck. This could be someone, though, that it could be either you or the other person you're dealing with coming in to try to offer another approach or a new opportunity, or try to reopen what has been, maybe hasn't worked right so far. They could be coming in either just trying to manifest something pretty small and light and not that serious. It could even be a friendship, or it could be a sexual connection with not a deeper love element to it. And that's because they still haven't really healed their inability to connect on a deeper level. Like there's some sort of lack of self-love that doesn't allow them to give and receive love on a deeper level, and this is something that is still wounded. So what they do is they cut out things and they say that thing wasn't for me, and they justify that in whatever way, but they don't have the higher perspective that they are actually acting out of a place of woundedness. Sex with Drake is a deal breaker. I would say so. Yes, I would say so. As a fellow Canadian, we don't claim him, okay? Let's see. Can you tell me more about this Page of Pentacles in the near future, though? Let's see. I feel like there's something, though, that you do need to see for what it is. So it's like if someone shows you who they are, and the only direction that they are comfortable with taking something is a direction that you already know isn't going to be deeply fulfilling to you, then more or less the energy here is don't settle. Don't settle for scraps, because that's the only thing that this person is capable of offering. And I'm not saying this person's a bad person. But what I am saying is if you are willing to leap out into a new opportunity with your whole energy behind you, if you are ready to say it with your whole damn chest, and this person is like, can we fuck every Friday? Then you're not going to be happy with that. You know what I mean? Then you're not going to be happy with that. So just be honest with yourself about what will actually be fulfilling to you. But the Moon in reverse is your advice. So there's something that is going to be revealed to you, and I feel like it is in the way. Hi, Geminis. Good to have you. It might be something in the way that this person approaches you, because while there's nothing wrong with this, it is very light. It is very maybe passionate or sexual, but it's skimming the surface. It's not. There's energy behind it, and there's the desire to sort of start something, but there's also something about the way that this person comes in that shows you something that you are meant to not ignore. You're meant to see it for what it is. So tell me more about this Moon in reverse energy. What is that? What is that Virgo is meant to kind of notice? The Hierophant. It's the commitment level, the loyalty level as well, the level of how serious is this person and how serious are you, or what level of seriousness are you just looking for in a relationship overall, and is that something this person can offer? Because I see you being very committed and willing to move forwards. at full speed, like when your emotional certainty and conviction is behind you, you are very much willing to put yourself out there on the line, be vulnerable, take a leap of faith, be all in. And I see this person as being a lot more like skittish, reserved, and just their offer is very small in comparison to what you're willing to kind of contribute. So just take that into consideration, but clarify this Hierophant a little bit more here. It could also be that this person is already in something or committed to something or someone else, and that's why they're only offering you something small. Because the Hierophant can sometimes be about someone who is already married or committed to someone else. So that could be something that's coming out. Or it just could be that it's coming out that they are truly conflicted about the level of commitment that they're able to offer you. The Emperor. The King of Cups. Damn. Okay, it's very clear, okay? So it's super clear cut. If someone is on the fence, if someone's juggling, if someone's back and forth, you know, you don't have to do it coldly, but the Queen of Swords is like, that's just not what I'm looking for. It's not even an offensive thing. It's not even that something's wrong with you, but it's just you're quite literally not offering what I am looking for. You know what I mean? So there's the need to know, to take up space, to have healthy boundaries, to know what your desires and your goals and dreams are, and to know what your depth of emotional maturity and, you know, this is big dick energy, okay? It's strong, masculine, assertive energy that knows what it wants and is ready to commit to what it wants. And it's also ready to own what it feels and speak its heart. This is an energy that is matching this, right? It's just as ready, it's just as empowered, certain, and ready to invest fully as you are. So for some of you, there's a new opportunity that's coming in that is this, where this past person was not, and you might have the option or you might have a choice to make. So it might be kind of a test from the universe where like something comes in that is like, there's nothing necessarily wrong with this offer other than it's just not it's not enough for you, you know? It's not on your level. There's no balance because it's not willing to give what you're willing to give, and it doesn't want to maybe commit the way that you want to commit or something like that, or it doesn't have the same emotional intelligence or maturity as you do, whatever the reason, right? It's not as in its power. But then I feel like there's something that is being offered to you that is very much something that you would like to take. And it's kind of just saying don't settle. Because I feel like this is an energy that matches your energy. And it's just not even on the same planet as this, really. Like, it's a world of difference. So it's kind of saying don't make yourself smaller. Yeah, don't make yourself smaller in order to engage with something that is not willing to expand, right? It's kind of something small that wants to stay small. And in order to accept its offer, you would have to make yourself small as well and then stay small with it. But I don't see that as being what you want. You're showing me I have big dick, daddy energy. I know myself. I know how I feel. I know that when I feel something, I will take brave, courageous action towards it because I know what I want and I know that I am strong enough and I know what I offer. And anything that cannot meet you there It's not your job to settle, it's not your job to lessen yourself, and it's not your job to convince yourself or convince them to be more, right? So just know what you desire, what you deserve. And I feel like for some of you, you're going to turn down this like subpar offer, and then something really big that is like everything that you want comes in after that. So it might be like a little bit of a test from the universe for some of you. So just be aware of that, okay? But there's something that is going to be revealed to you. You are going to see it clearly, and you're meant to see it for what it is. So it's one of those things, I think, where it's like when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Believe them. And it's okay if sometimes someone like gets triggered or is hurt or wounded or they act out of character, right? But there's a difference between like a one-off and then that person coming back and maybe like, you know, apologizing and then changing their behavior and then growing and evolving with you and being open, right? There's a difference between that and someone who consistently shows that they can only show up to a certain degree when you are way beyond that, or you want to be way beyond that, right? So you don't want to essentially tie or attach yourself to something that's going to hold you back, you know? It's kind of a harsh way of putting it, but if they want something less, then they need to kind of find something that is also looking for less than what you are, rather than expecting you to settle, you know? That's kind of what I'm seeing here. Okay. Those are really interesting energies, Virgo. I don't know what's going on, but yeah. It seems like there's some like complicated things happening with you, but I see beautiful things and new opportunities still coming towards you. It's just they're going to require that strong discernment, and then not lessening yourself and what you desire and what you deserve. Okay. Let's see. Let's look at Libra. Libra's energy. Going on with Libra. What does Libra need to know? People should settle, otherwise most of us would end up old and alone. Or else people should step it up and be brave more often and go for what they really want. Okay. Let's see. What does Libra... Well, there's only one way to create it. You gotta radiate it. So if you got the balls, show up and take the risk. You never know who you might inspire. The energy of love and an open heart and an open mind and bravery is more powerful and more contagious than we might know. So, I don't know. Why do people need time? My friends stopped communicating with me. I do not know. Okay. What's going on for Libra? Might have been dealing with a Virgo, or you might be dealing with a Virgo. recent past. Okay, near future. Okay. Let's see. Clarify this engaging energy. This energy that is engaging with Libra at this time. And tell me more about Libra's energy. Yeah. All right. Give me one more about the engaging energy, though. Okay. Let's see. What's going on for you? Just some complicated, complex situations coming up in this reading. So, interesting. Hi, Libra. I hope you're doing well. So let's take a look at the situation and what's happening in your world at the moment. So the engaging energy that you're dealing with right now came out as the Seven of Pentacles. The Seven of Pentacles, though, kind of came out like this, sideways. It's more in the upright, but I feel like it's like moving into the upright. So this could be something. Good night, Lenny. Thanks for hanging out. This could be something or someone who was not invested, but is like slowly becoming more invested or warming up to the idea of investment. I'm not really sure. We're going to clarify that. But the cards that came out from the Oracle deck. Okay, so there's this one, which is these people kissing, and the girl has the I've had 8 drinks, and the guy is like connected to his heart. So two people that kind of have maybe different intentions or levels of commitment maybe. But then there's also this card that says, I come home, she lifted up her wings. I guess that this must be the place. Okay. From the song This Must Be the Place by the Talking Heads, obviously. So let's clarify this, because it almost feels like someone that's involved or around you, Libra, they're conflicted in their investments. This could be someone that is, I don't know, at the club kissing drunk randoms, you know, when really they actually have like true feelings for something. Or they could be downplaying, they could be investing in such a way that downplays the true depth of feelings and devotion that they have to you, because maybe they don't think that you're that serious, or they don't think that the feelings that you have are on par with the ones that they have. So it could be either of those things. So let's just get some more clarity on that. Tell me about what this person is investing in here. The Page of Swords in reverse. Spying on you, being this could be someone who wants to engage with you, but they're like making fake accounts to comment on your shit or be in your chat. You know what I mean? Because they don't really want to know. They don't want you to know directly that it's them. They still want to maybe be in contact or engagement with you, but it's indirect. So whether it's just them spying on you and not saying anything, they're very invested in keeping their tabs on you. But I think it's because they can't decide if you are everything they've ever dreamed of and serious about committing to them, or if you are just kind of drunk in love in the moment or looking for something to fulfill you on a more superficial level. Can I get one more about that? The King of Swords and the Three of Cups. Okay. Well, this is someone who knows what they want, and they want, I feel like, to come together with you, or they want there to be peace and harmony between the two of you. This could be someone that if you're not talking, they would like to have some sort of they'd like to come back together. They'd like to solve the problem. They would like for there to be, like I said, peace and harmony and unity between the two of you that feels stable, that feels good, that feels consistent. This could be a friend, or it could be, you know, more. But I feel like right now, and it's like, the thing is, they're quite certain that that is their truth at the end of the day. The King of Swords knows what their truth is. They know that they would like to resolve something with you. But it's almost like they are stepped back and removed from the situation in order to observe you, and they're very committed to this like covert observation of you because they don't trust themselves, or this smaller part of themselves doesn't trust themselves or doesn't trust you, right? They do know what they want. But yeah, I think that there's ultimately a fear of commitment here, because Hierophant and then the Eight of Swords, or else they're fearful that you maybe are not someone that would be seriously loyal and committed to them. There's something about that. They're not sure if they can trust you to be as invested and committed as they are, or they don't see you as being on that level for some reason. Okay. The energy that you are in is the Fool. And it's clarified by these two cards. Okay. Hot and unbothered, huh? So the Fool, you're like, I'm leaping out into something new. And here, it's like you're in this very badass energy where I feel like you don't care about the judgment of other people, or maybe other people misunderstanding you. You know, this is like, witch, burn her. And she's just lighting her cigarette or her joint on the flames, right? She's like, whatever, you know, I'm just going to be hot. I'm going to have fun, and I'm going to choose to stay true to myself, even if people misunderstand or villainize me, because I know who I am. This is that energy of someone being like, I don't need to prove myself to you as long as I know my truth, right? But it's like the person that is connected to you is sort of wanting, they are looking for some sort of proof before they fully give the investment. But the thing is, they're already invested. So it's confusing, because it's like they're invested, but just not directly, which is weird because, well, yeah, it's weird. Because what good is that really doing? You're still just as invested, but it's like they are scared to admit the level of investment, maybe because they're not sure if you are also invested, right? So it's someone who doesn't really want to say, I'm all in, until they know for like 1,000% certainty that you are also, like, that you're a safe bet, that you're nailed down, that you are the one. But I feel like you're down here leaping into something, a new phase of your life, a new experience. And I don't really feel like you're waiting or held up by whatever this is. So let's just clarify that a little bit more. Like, I don't know if this person's going to be finding the validation that they're looking for, because it doesn't seem like you're focused on them at all right now. Tell me about the Fool. Yeah. I think you see this person's fear of commitment and you're aware of it, but you're like, they don't have a higher perspective. And so it almost feels like you are giving them time and space to sort out their own shit. You're kind of like, you might care about this person, but you're sort of giving that energy of like, it's not my circus, it's not my monkeys, it's not my job to validate your insecurity or to validate you so that you don't feel insecure. It's your responsibility to heal your insecurities. You know what I mean? It's not my job to walk on eggshells around you or to like overgive and go over the top to invest to prove to you that I'm going to be loyal. It's up to you to, if you want to invest in something, then invest in it. Take it one step at a time and you will see where it goes. Like, that's how normal people approach situations, right? So there's something about that, because you are like, I am not afraid and I don't want to stay around something that won't just invest and commit if that's what they want. Like, it's almost this energy of you're overcomplicating something that could be simple. And I do feel like this person is overcomplicating something that could be simple. But they're doing it out of fear. It's like they want absolute proof to put their worries to rest, and they're willing to like spy on you, engage with you in like weird indirect ways to try to get more information, but they're missing the point that what would actually solve the situation is like them putting the work into themselves to gain a higher understanding of whether they trust themselves to just commit to the situation and find out, you know, what happens. They need to trust their own heart and intuition. Okay, so in the recent past, you have the 5 of Cups. Fun times. Tell me about the 5 of Cups in the recent past for Libra. So there's been some sort of pain, possibly mourning something, the loss of something, someone, maybe a connection falling apart. Look at that 5 of Cups. The 6 of Swords and the High Priestess in reverse. King of Pentacles in reverse. Knight of Swords in reverse. Ooh. Oh, man. Hi, Amelia. What's up? On point? Yeah. Did you enjoy the whole "you're sexy and you know it" part? That was such a Leo reading. Okay, so someone here is very confused. They have a lot of very complicated self-defense and self-protection mechanisms that they call balance, but it's really creating a lot of complexity and confusion and difficulty in situations that doesn't actually need to be there at all. And it's coming from a space of personal insecurity and not trusting their own intuition. But it's like this is causing grief. It's either causing them grief or they are causing people that they engage with grief because of the way that they approach situations and relationships. And it's like if they don't feel like they have all of the answers to something, they're like, well, I'm just going to label that thing that I don't have every detail or every answer to as like conflict and chaos. And then I'm going to run away from it. And I'm going to call that maintaining harmony and balance in my life. But the only issue is behind the Temperance card is the Devil and the Star in reverse. So yeah, all is not what this person is calling it. You know, it's like they're justifying their actions by saying, I'm just maintaining my own peace, but they're not really at peace because they're still spying on you, trying to get information. And people that are at peace don't do that. People that are at peace and trust themselves, you know, they get into the situations that they want to get into. They trust that no matter how that turns out, they will be okay because they are solid within themselves, right? They don't need to know and control every little detail, and they don't need to run from things that they don't have complete understanding and all the facts surrounding, right? So especially in relationships, people are deep and complex. Like, you're not going to have somebody completely figured out unless they're a very shallow, superficial, boring person. No offense, but like, unless they're a very dull person, you're not going to have them completely figured out. You're going to need to get into an engagement or connection with them and then let them show up over time to see what their character is or to get to know them. But I feel like this is just kind of this person, it's something that's unhealed in this person that is a toxic trait, and it's a way that they justify running away from things that they are insecure or uncertain about. They don't listen to their intuition. They just move. This is almost the energy of someone that's like, I gotta constantly keep it moving, but they don't really follow their own intuitive guidance. And they could leave, you know, pain, disaster, string of heartbreak behind them, or they could cause that for themselves, but they never actually allow themselves to process it because they're like, well, just gonna keep on moving on to the next thing, you know? And that is problematic. Or it's going to be problematic for them because eventually it will catch up to them, right? But also because they're not able to, they're not able to truly honor themselves or the people that they engage with because of this. Because they're not really being honest with themselves. So then they're not really honest with others as a result. But I do see a lot of like projection here. It's like this person sees themselves as being very invested because they know that their heart is invested, but is it really true investment if you never actually show it or take action towards the person themselves? If you're just invested in the fantasy of someone, that's not real solid investment and commitment to that situation and that person. That would require vulnerability, connection, intimacy, like true connection, right? So this person's got it a little twisted. They're a little bit confused because of an unhealed sort of pattern within them. In the near future is the Seven of Cups in reverse. So there is going to be a choice made, and there's going to be some emotional clarity that is brought to a situation here. Tell me more about that. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. The Page of Wands in reverse. The Ace of Pentacles in reverse. I think that someone in the near future here is going to choose to not put any work into something that is approaching them in a really immature way, or approaching them from a space of like just like empty desire or lust or something like that that doesn't actually mean a lot or carry a lot of weight, because they are like, I would rather be happy by myself, like single, and just pour my valuable love into myself and be successful, rather than put work into someone that is confused, someone that's not doing the work to heal themselves, someone that is immature, essentially someone who's just really not able to offer very much, right? But it's because this person goes into situations without a lack of hope. Like, they go in already expecting something to not be what they want, and then they are invested in finding proof that something is not really what they want. But they could just as easily be putting that energy into exploring something potentially being exactly what they want, but they choose not to, right? So again, it's another energy of like creating your own, you're creating your own destiny, you're creating your own self-fulfilling prophecy because of the energy that you're projecting at the situation, kind of thing. But I just see you as being kind of like in this very empowered space within your own energy, and you're like, guess what, I'm gonna take care of myself. I'm not gonna take you too seriously, because honestly you don't take yourself too seriously, so I can really only meet you and take you as seriously as you are willing to take yourself. And this person is just not doing it, you know? And they're choosing not to. So it's not a you thing, but your advice is the Empress. And this person has come through, you've come through as the Fool and the Empress, and they have come through as the Page of Wands and the Page of Swords in reverse. This could be a masculine energy that is younger than you, or extremely immature or confused, manipulative, or just does not know what they want at all. But you're the Empress, boo. You are Venusian energy, okay? So your advice is, do not forget who you are. Do not forget what you deserve. And it's another energy of not settling and seeing with emotional clarity whether something is worth investing in or not. Whether it can, see, because I feel like this is what you truly are seeking. It's the Lovers and the Ten of Cups, right? You want something with a leg to stand on. You want something that you can invest in that is going to stand the test of time. But then there's this person who's in Page energy, and they can barely even hold up this coin, and they're coming in to offer it to you. And you're like, you're not giving me anything to work with, though. You're not offering anything. Like, you might want to be friends with this person or something, maybe. But I feel like you would be at peace being friends with this person, because I think that you have a healthy level of like disconnection now, because you maybe see that there's unnecessary weight and complication added to situations when there is a level of immaturity involved, right? And it's not necessarily that this person's a bad person. It's just you are the Empress, and you know that you are trying to build like a legacy or a really expansive and successful foundation that you can build on with someone. Or maybe you want to build a family, or like maybe you want to have children, you know? And this is someone that is like still a child themselves. So yeah, I don't see you building with this person because you foresee them disappointing you. Can you tell me more about the Empress a little bit? And it's not just because you're anticipating or expecting or assuming that they will disappoint you. It's because of the energy that they themselves are consistently showing up in or not showing up in, right? Yeah. It's the Page of Pentacles again that came out. This person is 3 pages. And I think that you are like, I have decided and I am acting on and moving towards, I will only commit and tie myself to the King of Cups. Someone who is emotionally mature, someone who can be humble, someone who can see me, understand me, be invested in the moments that are, like the moments where maybe there is a disagreement or a misunderstanding, and you have to have the maturity to humble yourself and sit across from the person and find out, okay, how can we work through this? How can we be better? How can we both address our strengths and weaknesses so that we can be stronger as a team and we can create what we both want? And how can we talk about what our desires are and where we're both realistically at to find out whether or not that is gonna, like, this is gonna work between us, right? This is someone who I don't know if they are capable of doing that, or if they want to do that. They seem to be taking this kind of passive, immature, indirect approach. It's like they do know what they want, but they're dancing around it and not honoring it. It would be like meeting your dream person, or being the masculine and meeting your divine feminine, or whatever, just meeting your counterpart, but then not rising to the occasion, right? Like, certain kinds of love will require you to be courageous. They will require you maybe to step out of your comfort zone. They might require you to evolve or to look at difficult parts of yourself. They will essentially ask you to be the best version of yourself, right? And not in a way where they're trying to nag at you or pressure you or force you, but in the way that love makes you brave, love makes you strong, love makes you expansive. If you are with someone that does not share that energy with you, then you're going to experience contraction rather than growth and expansion, right? So that is what I am seeing for you, Libra, and we are moving on to Scorpio. All right. Where are my Scorpios at? Are we still in Scorpio season, or are we done? Yeah, we're still in Scorpio. We're right at the end now, right? So happy birthday to all of my late Scorpio friends out there. Let's see what's going on for you. See what's going on for my Scorps. You are welcome. Oh, look at, there you are. I guess the deck is done being shuffled. I love the death card in this deck. Isn't that beautiful? Okay. Let's see what's going on for my beautiful Scorpios. Let me change this before I forget. Tell me what's up for Scorpio right now. What do they need to be aware of? What energies want to be highlighted in their current reality? Scorpio. Okay. more. Some oracle cards. Tell me about the engaging energy with Scorpio. Many. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Can you give me one more card on this energy that's engaging with Scorpio? Let's see here. Hi, Scorpio. Happy birthday to those of you with birthdays at the very end of the season. I'm sending you so many good vibes, and I hope that you have an amazing birthday. All right, so let's take a look at your current circumstances that want to be highlighted. So the engaging energy is coming through as the Queen of Swords right now. So this is someone who is, it's interesting because it came out in reverse and then it like flung itself into the upright. So this could be someone that you feel disconnected from, or maybe this is someone that cut you out. But they're in a very focused, no nonsense, mental kind of energy, this person. And the way that the card came out on the table with their oracle card is like this. So there's this picture of a bunch of cash. And I feel like the person that is engaging with you is quite single-mindedly focused. In some ways, they're very focused on the 3D right now. So there could be something unstable in their 3D circumstances at this time. Like maybe they are stabilizing a job situation or a financial situation, or they're trying to expand something that they're building in the 3D at this time. But I see their focus primarily being on that. But then the other cards that I got to clarify are these two. And I feel like this is something that's also going on under the surface for them. So there's this quote by Franz Kafka that says, "Don't bend, don't water it down, don't try to make it logical. Don't edit your own soul according to the fashion. Rather, follow your most intense obsessions mercilessly." And then this other quote that says, "Transmute all poisons to nectars," which is very scorpionic. So there's this intense, almost obsessive, like energy of desire and of this soul that is so big that refuses to lessen itself or make itself smaller, or it's gaining speed. It could be that this person is trying to transmute some heaviness within them, some toxicity, some poison, in order to bring more abundance into their life. And it could be that they're realizing that the only way they can do that is by not making themselves small. But they need to be very in touch with the depth of their desires. They need to be comfortable with pursuing what they really desire. And I think that they're coming to realize that that is their true source of power that is going to allow for transmutation of heavier things that may have been holding them back, or getting them results that they're not really happy with. Okay, tell me more about this Queen of Swords energy that's engaging with Scorpio. I feel like this person has a goal and they are single-mindedly kind of focused on pouring themselves into that. Yeah. This person has some sort of, I don't know. It's like they're very divine or they're very spiritual, but they're also very intelligent. They're also very wise and cognitive. Strategic. They not in like a manipulative way, but like if they have a goal that they are single-mindedly focused on, this would be like Mars and Capricorn energy or something like that, where it's like, okay, I'm at point A, I want to get to point B to succeed. Let me create like a plan, a step-by-step plan, like that kind of strategy, something that they can follow to get them to where they want to be. And they could also apply that same sort of approach to their own healing as well. It's kind of like all business with this person. It's the energy, but there's this softer sort of like divine element to them that is also here as well. Can you tell me anything else about this Queen of Swords? It might not be as easily, it might not be as apparent to people that first meet this person. Like they might not lead with this very innocent, divine, sort of childlike, mystical element. They might lead more with the strength of their mind or with their practical sort of energy. But this is someone that's incredibly passionate. And they're learning how to not lessen that passion, not to get in their own way. Because this person knows that when they get too in their own head, they create an energy of indecision that steals their joy. So what they're really trying to do is be like, do I feel it? Yes. Let me put my whole self into it. Let me not overthink it. And through that act of accepting myself more fully and not watering myself down or settling in my own life, then I'm actually healing to a great degree by transmuting the heavier things that I'm holding inside of me. And this person is cracking themselves open, I feel like, to hold more love at this time. They're in a very disarmed energy to do this. So they're not in a state of internal conflict. They're not looking to be in conflict with anyone else. They're not in conflict with you. There's like no love lost or no turbulent emotions or conflict with this person. They are just, they seem to be very focused on a personal goal at this time. Okay. You are in the energy of the Three of Cups with this oracle card here, which is interesting. It's kind of like being in this dark, foreboding, or very black and white sort of space, but then still maintaining, sustaining, creating, or holding on to, or focusing on kind of this element of magic or color that has inserted itself or been created in your life. So there could be some, with this Three of Cups, there could be a friendship or a connection with someone that you have that has kind of brought like color to your life or has kind of infused some sort of passion or life into your regular existence. And I feel like it kind of lit you on fire. So whether that is this person or somebody else, I'm not totally sure, but I see you being open to connection, open to friendship, trying to open your heart. You could be casually dating, or connecting to community or friends at this time with that Three of Cups. Or you could be open to reconciliation with somebody as well, because you still see the magic and the hope in the energy. So let's clarify that Three of Cups. I feel like there's been this seed of color and inspiration planted in your life, and you may have been in kind of a black and white, very like either coming out of a phase where you haven't really been excited about anything, truly turned on by anything in a while, or serious about something in a while, or you haven't really seen that like magic and been in awe of the magic and the fun and the beauty of life for some time. But there's something here that has drawn your awareness to that, or brought that into your life. And I feel like you're in the energy of wanting to maintain that or celebrate that. So tell me more about this Three of Cups. That could be something you're creating in your own life consciously by letting more fun, more connection into your world. The Devil. The Empress. No, this is definitely connected to one person specifically. This Empress energy, this feminine, heavy feminine energy. Okay. There is sort of an element of obsession here, or like very intense focus on something. But I'm not seeing it as being bad. Kind of like this person is very intense and single-minded in their pursuit of their goals. I'm feeling it's the same way with you. But you're being motivated by this heavy feminine energy of expansion, of beauty, of magic, of intuitive knowing. Because again, it's like it came in, whether this is your energy or somebody else's, it came in and planted this inspiration, this color. It's like it dropped life into, or color into, a gray existence. And I'm not saying that your life totally sucked, but what I'm saying is whatever this is that it brought something in that truly does add something of significance to your life. It does make your life better. It does inspire you. It's like a muse-like energy to you in some sort of way. And with that Devil energy and the Empress, you are very focused. You know that this particular energy or person is the source of that, and you want more of that. It's almost like I took a hit and I need another hit, like a drug kind of thing. It's very Scorpio. It's very Scorpionic in its intensity. Okay, the King of Cups is in the recent past and the High Priestess is in the near future. So let's see what's up with that. The King of Cups for me is your energy, Scorpionic energy. It is emotional maturity, emotional regulation, understanding the depth of how you feel, being tuned into your intuitive knowing and not afraid to follow and trust your emotions and your intuition. Someone that feels very deeply but may not always express the depth of those feelings, but they're able to when they want to. Let's see. Tell me about this King of Cups energy. Like, they don't withhold, but they also don't necessarily always spill their guts, unless it's like they trust that they know when the time is appropriate and when the situation has proven itself worthy of them giving the gift of that emotional expression, right? Tell me about this King of Cups energy. The Hermit. And the Ten of Swords, with shadow work in reverse, and the Five of Swords and the Five of Pentacles. What the hell is this? What is this? Okay. So there's Scorpionic and Virgo energy here. Okay. This to me is someone who has a very, so whether this is you or this other person, I'm feeling like this is the same person here. Or you both have these elements, but there's someone who is very emotionally intelligent and spiritually intelligent, and it's like they could see into, they know the path that they have walked, and so they know their own experience and what has created like the emotional resilience and emotional intelligence and awareness that they have, they understand how that was cultivated through everything they've experienced thus far and the lessons that they took from those things, right? And integrated on their own personal journey. But this is also someone who has the ability to see where other people are at on their personal journey. And someone here is in a space of the Ten of Swords. So let's clarify that energy a little bit more, this Ten of Swords. I feel like someone here is in the energy of feeling betrayed or deceived, or being still consumed by the pain of trauma, or maybe they can't get out of that headspace where they are still ruminating or focused on some sort of deception, betrayal, or trauma or pain. But in the past here, it's like someone seeing that someone is in a state of anxiety, that they are making judgment calls out of this state of pain and anxiety, right? And that this is dictating their path. But this person over here is kind of just like watching that unfold from this place of wisdom and understanding because of the emotional maturity and intelligence they have and the spiritual insight they've gained. It's like they're looking at someone else who is maybe acting out of a space of being triggered, anxious, judgmental, in pain, and they're not judging it, but they can just see where the other person is at very clearly. And they might also be able to see how someone else is self-sabotaging or creating more pain in their life because that is the place that they are coming from, right? So something unfolded in the past that had to do with that. What's this High Priestess in the near future? What she looks like. High Priestess. The King of Pentacles in reverse. The Page of Wands. Ace of Cups in reverse, Lovers in reverse, Five of Wands in reverse, and Justice. What the heck? Okay, well that's too many. I'm going to put that back, but I'll further clarify this. Well, what's the King of Pentacles in reverse? I feel like this High Priestess is the same person as the King of Cups here. It's a very similar energy. Who's this King of Pentacles in reverse? This could be someone that is, in the near future, they are deciding to trust their intuition more despite some sort of physical insecurity that they have. So again, this could be someone who everything is not neat and tidy in their physical environment, you know, and stressing about that or making judgment calls from that place could have caused them to, I don't know, sabotage or not take certain opportunities that they intuitively felt were for them. But I feel like maybe in the future here, someone is choosing to, despite these insecurities, follow their intuition and make a hopeful offer here with the Page of Wands. Can you tell me more about that Page of Wands? The Knight of Wands. Someone is wanting to move with more confidence towards an opportunity. It's like they want to trust themselves more so that they can take an opportunity that they don't want to miss, and they're trying to not focus on their insecurities, but move out of a past energy so that they can be more hopeful, more optimistic, more confident, and wear their heart on their sleeve in a way that they weren't able to in the past. This is someone that wants to be more open and like available than they've been able to be in the past, essentially. They're recognizing some sort of opportunity as something that was divinely offered to them that they don't want to miss out on, or yeah, they don't want to miss out on it. And so it's like they do feel this insecurity that has something to do with their physical. It could be that they are insecure about their body. It could be they're insecure about their finances, their current job status or something. But they are like, you know what? YOLO. Fuck it. I'm just gonna. It's like they're almost saying, I don't think that I could live with the regret of not at least trying, is kind of what that's coming out as. So your advice, Scorpio, is the Emperor, which is Aries energy, but also the divine masculine. Tell me about the Emperor. So you have the Emperor and the Empress here, both in the upright on the table, which is lovely. It's interesting because the Fool in reverse came out. Tell me more about that, though. Because I saw the Hierophant. Okay, there's the Chariot. It's interesting because it's saying follow your heart but take your head with you, and there's the need to be practical and not make like a crazy decision that is going to throw your life off balance, because essentially you are in a state of empowerment here. And you're moving forwards because you are propelling yourself forwards from this place of emotional conviction, right? So Uranus energy, the energy of the Fool, is something that is like very unpredictable. So it's basically saying don't commit to something that is unpredictable or that is going to destabilize the course that you're currently on. But I feel like you could... Well, tell me a little bit more about that. Fool in reverse. The Ten of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune, the Five of Cups in reverse, the Queen of Cups, the Lovers, Temperance. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's basically saying don't treat this opportunity foolishly. Don't take it lightly. Don't act recklessly. Whatever action you take, yes, be driven by the merciless, full intensity of your desire and your feelings. Don't water that down. And trust yourself that you are in dominion over yourself and that you are ready to move with that emotional conviction towards something, because you are aware that like this is not something that just happens every day, you know? This is something that when it comes your way, you don't just pass it up, you know? Or you can, but you would kind of be an idiot to do so, you know? But it's like the Emperor... You are meant to move towards whatever this is, because it is literally It is very much for you. It is very much your destiny, your fate, your emotional fulfillment. And you can remove yourself or avoid, like, it's like, know that this is not going to cause you grief. This is not something that you're going to have to mourn, because again, this is a counterpart energy where there is mutual love that you can trust, you know? If anything, it's going to balance you, it's going to complement you. So you are kind of throwing yourself off balance more when like this kind of thing is offered to you and you reject it, because oftentimes this is something, especially with the Wheel of Fortune, Temperance, and the Lovers, that is offered to you by the universe, or you're guided to it by your higher self. And so it's not something that you need to fear, although you might feel very intensely towards it. But there is a balance of emotional investment and feeling here, and emotional loyalty. And I feel like you and this person are on each other's level, the Emperor and the Empress, the King and Queen of Cups. So I do feel like someone is kind of deciding to not move from a place of fear, to also not move recklessly, to still be grounded, and to be grounded and present in their experience and their body. But they are taking action to kind of step up and like rise up into what would be required of them. Hi, Shauna. For this situation. Okay. Okay. That's what I've got for you, Scorpio. So we're going to move on now to Sag. I love you so much. Let's see what's going on for my Sagittarians. What are my Sagittarians up to? What kind of shenanigans are you up to at this moment? Let's find out. What does Sag need to know? Or what wants to be highlighted to give them some more insight into the current situation or circumstances? What's going on? With Sagittarius. Okay, I wanted to come out but did not. It's too many. Just need one more. Okay. Oh man. like you're being called to make a bold, expression, or I don't know, of how you're feeling maybe. Let's see. Just some oracle cards. Tell me about this engaging energy for Sag. Okay. All right, let's see what's happening here. Hello, Sagittarius. My freaks. Where are my freaks at? Just kidding. But honestly, if anyone's going to match my freak, it's probably going to be a Sag. I hope you guys are doing well. And let's take a look at the current situation and what's going on in your world that wants to be highlighted, okay? So the energy that is engaging with you at this time is the 10 of Coins. And it came out with this oracle card with this adorable little dragon on it who says, I don't think I'm up for getting a princess right now. Maybe I'll just order Chinese. Okay. Mixed signals just a little bit here. So there's someone who is in the energy of, I want success, I want abundance, I want expansion, I want to create my legacy. You know, I want something solid that's gonna last the test of time. But then at the same time, they're like, but I'm too lazy, so maybe tomorrow I'll go after that. Like, maybe tomorrow I'll start. So essentially, this is someone who's claiming to want something, but they're not really showing up in the energy that they would need to be in order to, like, actually pursue, manifest, or make that thing happen that they are claiming to want, okay? So it's kind of mixed signals a little bit. I love this little dragon, though. He's super cute. Okay. However, the vibes are not matching so much. So tell me about the 10 of Coins and this engaging energy. Oh, there's something in my eye. Isn't he adorable? What is it? Is it mascara? No. Okay. Okay. Justice. Okay. Well. I don't know, because it's kind of giving a little bit of the way this is coming through. Yeah, all the dragon smoke. It's kind of coming through as an entitled energy, though. They're like, yeah, exactly. The 8 of Wands in reverse. Okay, so this dragon, adorable as he may be, they're like, I want the 10 of Coins. I want the castle. I want the treasure. I want the princess. And I know that I deserve it. But again, I'm not really putting any actual true effort or energy towards it, right? 8 of Wands in reverse, Justice. Kind of just like expecting karma to come and like drop a treasure chest on their front doorstep with a bag of Chinese food next to it, you know? And they're like, that's what I deserve. I deserve to stay in no pants on the couch, you know, watching reruns of Sex and the City, and I should still get what I want. Yeah, the devil. The devil and the 9 of Coins. Well, it could be better. Why do they believe that they don't need to do anything here? Why are they in this kind of like lazy, they're not applying themselves? The Three of Wands. They keep putting it off. They literally are like, maybe tomorrow. But it's to avoid some sort of hard work or conflict. This is the Five of Wands in reverse. That brings them kind of like an unease mentally. So there's something that they know that they would have to do to apply themselves to be fully all in, to kind of pursue what they really want and what they believe that they deserve. But there's a level of them being like intimidated by what they would need to do to get there. So they just keep putting it off and then sort of telling themselves that this thing's gonna be coming in on the horizon like any second because I know I deserve it. But at the same time, they're not really doing anything to support that happening. Okay, you are coming in the energy of the Four of Cups in reverse with this oracle card that says, for a time we gave up war and made love, but there were just as many casualties. Yike. Yeah. Okay, so it feels to me like you're healing some sort of disappointment. And it could be a disappointment that this person has caused, where this could be someone that you have made love and war with, you know what I mean? And it's like there were casualties either way. There was not really any winning so far with this person, or you didn't really get that far with them. And you're kind of in this energy of trying not to be disappointed or trying to like curb your disappointment, is what I'm getting from this. Can you tell me more about Sag's energy here? The Sun. The Eight of Cups is here. The Two of Swords, though. Okay. So I think that you're starting to see, like it's starting to be quite clearly illuminated to you that this isn't really going anywhere with this person. And it's not because there's a lack of potential. It's not because they're not a good person and they don't deserve to get what they want. It is literally just coming down to a lack of applying themselves. So that's frustrating, and nothing is more disappointing really than being involved with someone that you see their potential, you know that you could build something amazing with them, you feel maybe the chemistry, but at the same time it's like all you're doing is like sitting on the couch, scratching your butt and then sniffing your finger, you know what I mean? Like, do better, you know? So I don't know. I think that you're starting to see that you need to put some emotional distance between yourself and the situation, but there is an element of you that is still on the fence or undecided about this, about doing that. And I think it's because you do have genuine feelings for this person. You do have some good times together, maybe some happy memories. But yeah, ultimately you feel like they're not in their power, or they're not really in dominion over their life. This might be someone who can talk a big talk, again, but it's like they're not creating the opportunities that they would need. They're not taking the opportunities that are offered to them that would lead them to success. It's ultimately this person, by putting off applying themselves in the direction of what they want, they're actually creating blocks and disappointment and resentment within themselves that's holding them back. And I think you're starting to see this. You're starting to understand that, like, oh, this person is where they are because that's where they keep on putting themselves, right? Okay, in the recent past is the Queen of Wands in reverse, and the near future is the Ten of Wands. There's a lot of wands on the table, so there's a lot of fiery energy, a lot of passion. Could be a lot of desire or lust or physical attraction between you and this person, or just a lot of fire in your charts between the two of you. But the Queen of Wands in reverse in the recent past is you feeling, I feel like this is you feeling a little bit deflated by the situation, feeling a little bit insecure about the situation because you're not really knowing where you stand. Because again, this person is giving mixed signals. So I think in the past you were experiencing more conflict with them than like harmony and balance. And you might have been sort of taking that personal or internalizing that, and it could have made you feel a little bit insecure. But I feel like you're having this higher perspective here, that this person just, maybe they just don't want it bad enough to actually make the judgment call to push forwards. You know what I mean? Maybe the level of emotional conviction is just simply like not really there to the degree that it would need to be for this person to actually move their butt and like really put themselves into whatever this is. Essentially, they're not that serious and it was making you feel insecure, but now you're seeing that they're just not in a state of dominion or empowerment over their own life. It doesn't really have anything to do with you. What is the Ten of Wands in the near future, though? The Hermit in reverse. Don't do that. Okay. If you get too focused on this, there could be some feelings of like paranoia or just heaviness that come up for you. Tell me what that Hermit in reverse is. But it's also just that this person remains not seriously committed to their own path of personal development. And so it's like nothing changes if nothing changes, right? But they're not instigating the change to build themselves up or to bring themselves more peace. They're kind of just in an energy of complacency, but not really wanting to admit that they're in an energy of complacency. They know what they want, but it's like they just can't muster up that like push that is stronger than whatever this weight is that they are carrying, right? The King of Coins. It's so weird because they're expecting to somehow get to this like place of physical abundance and security, but they don't want to do the internal work that would be required to get there, right? Like as within, so without. So there's literally no possible way of creating this without also being in some sort of state of at least being able to be unified and harmonized with your own desires and goals enough to be convicted to actually take consistent action towards them, right? It doesn't mean that you have to be like Gandhi, but it means that you have to at least be in alignment and honest enough with yourself on your journey to take the most basic of actions towards what you want, right? So I see that someone is kind of not doing that, like nothing's changing with them in the near future, essentially. What's the Ten of Wands? The Knight of Coins in reverse, the Seven of Coins in reverse. Someone is literally not investing. They are not moving. Like there is stagnant energy and no investment. But somehow they're expecting to still get here. I don't understand how they in their mind see that as possible, you know? So if they're not moving at all in the near future, then why is this energy coming up? You might be feeling the weight of this, or this person could be starting to feel pressure. Like you could maybe start pursuing, like coming out of a state of disappointment, coming out of a state of expecting really anything from this person. and you might start prioritizing and moving towards your own happiness. And this person could start feeling the pressure like, oh, I'm going to lose Sag because I'm not doing anything to move towards them. But at the same time, like, they could become more paranoid about losing this opportunity, but they're still not putting two and two together that they would have to actually like put in some sort of consistent effort, put one foot in front of the other and continuously walk towards the goal. There's some sort of like disconnect there, you know? Okay, your advice is the Ace of Wands. Let's see what that is all about. What is the Ace of Wands about for Sag's advice? Stay lit up and inspired. Like, there's something about this person that is just, I'm not saying they're a bad person, but they just have like no real motivation. They're not inspired or convicted enough to put their whole selves into something, you know? And it's basically, I think, saying lean into your passion and inspiration. Be able to discern what is going to move you more in the direction of your personal power and balance and union within yourself. Temperance and the Emperor, right? And what is going to take you away from that. The Five of Coins, the Nine of Swords, the Hierophant in reverse. Again, there's just like a lack of physical commitment in some sort of way here. So don't allow that to drain your life force energy and your own conviction, inspiration, and you know, you are full of that energy. You're never at a loss for that energy personally. But I do feel like in the past, this disappointment kind of might have put you in a little bit of a rut, or maybe you did feel like you lost some of this creative energy or inspiration because you were just disappointed from giving to something that kind of just took from you but didn't really give you anything substantial in response, you know? So it's basically saying do not compromise your own life force energy for someone who's just not all that lit up about what they're doing in their life. Is there anything else that you want me to tell Sag about this? The Knight of Swords. Again. Okay. Your passion is guiding you very much towards something. So it's kind of about not getting too much in your own head is what I'm seeing. But investing your energy where your heart and your investment feels safe. So where is there something that feels more balanced? Where is there something, right, the Six of Coins, something that feels more balanced, where you put the energy in and it doesn't just disappear into thin air, or it doesn't just fall through the bottom of like a bottomless cup, but you're actually able to see that life force energy either give back to you in some sort of way or start creating something that you feel very much called to. Okay? So essentially, I feel like it's like, don't get hung up on this situation that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Don't maybe connect or attach yourself too deeply to someone's energy that is incredibly stagnant, because it feels like you yourself are moving towards an energy of abundance and expansion, and the energy for you is picking up speed, but only if you're not connected to something that is like dead in the water, right? Not to be too dramatic, but this person is literally like not moving at all. It's a very passive, inactive energy. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Sagittarius. All right, I love you. We're gonna move on to Cap. Let's see. All right, Cappy. Cappy. What is going on? Let's see. Let's see what's happening for my Capricorns. How are my goats? My baddies. Standing on business? You're always standing on business. Okay. Let's see. What do you want to highlight for Capricorn about their current situation? One more. Thank you. Okay. Two of Cups, King of Cups. Wow. The Navigator in reverse, Seven of Swords. What's that? Six of Swords, the Empress, Strength, the Emperor. Holy shit. Okay. I'm intrigued. Tell me more. All right, let's see more about this engaging energy with Capricorn. Whoa. Can I get one more for that? Okay, one more for Capricorn's energy. Wow. Okay. Let's see what's up with this. On a side note, Browns beat Pitts. Ooh. Sports talk. Because I'm wearing the sports shirt, right? We can do that here. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Capricorn. Hi, Cappy. I hope that you guys are doing just freaking wonderful. My lips are really dry. Just give me 1 second. I could have done this before the timestamp, I guess. But that's okay. All right. Let's take a look at this situation that's around you. Not gonna lie, someone that is in your engaging energy, they're dealing with some heavier themes. I do think that they are gaining some sort of higher perspective or greater insight into something, but it's something that was like traumatic, painful, something that they have like pushed down actively or repressed, or something that to get out of they needed to almost fight like for their life, or fight for themselves, or pray their way out of something here. So it's giving some heavier energy. But the engaging energy is the Hanged Man, which is Neptunian energy here. And then there's this card which says sexuality, repression, stability, addiction, and trauma. And there's this card that says, please don't ever go back to anything you had to pray your way out of. Okay. For some of you, this person has a sex addiction. And don't take this if this is not your story, but I'm just saying it because it's coming through as a clear message. For some of you, this person either has a sex addiction or an unhealthy relationship with their sexual energy, but it's because of, it's like a side effect of the repression of some sort of trauma in their life. But I think that they're starting to see from a higher perspective how something that they have repressed due to trauma has affected the stability in their life. And they're gaining some sort of higher perspective. They're not wanting to get sucked back into an energy that did not serve them, that actually hurt them quite a bit. And this is hitting them. It's really striking them with some freaking power. What's up, why? Okay. So there's something that's really hitting this person with some sort of force. And I think what they're realizing is that they do not want to, there's a certain direction that they do not want to move back towards, you know? It's something that was traumatic for them. It's something that they had to repress, something that they've had to really like climb out of. And it's something that has been heavy for them. But I feel like this is something that they can't hide from. Something is bringing it to the forefront. And they're realizing, let me see. Why is this don't go back to anything you had to pray your way out of card here? This person has had to release themselves from something, or they've had to gain dominion over a part of themselves that at one point was imbalanced and unhealthy. And what it did was create some sort of, it's almost like an energetic leak or something like that. This could be someone that, for instance, let's say they did have some sort of unhealthy connection to their sexual energy or sexuality, right? It could be that they were not really very, like they were very open, or they weren't very guarded in their, you don't get any alerts. Well, that sucks. You might need to like unfollow me, refollow me, and then press the bell again, because sometimes YouTube is just a butt face. But this is someone that has already had to crawl out of something kind of heavy in order to create a level of justice for themselves. They had to walk away from something that was emotionally not fulfilling. And I feel like this is the way that they used to relate to their own sexual energy. It wasn't fulfilling them. It's like it was, again, just being used maybe in excess to cover up or gloss over something deeper and more traumatic that they were trying to repress and hide. So it's like they were giving in to some sort of addiction, and whether it had to do with sex or not, right? This could be any kind of addiction. I'm just saying sexuality because there is that here. The trauma or the abuse that they went through could have had to do with sex as well, but some sort of addiction stemmed out of that in order to help them cope with continuing to repress that deeper thing. So now building something real really stresses them out, even though that is what they actually want, if that makes sense. So this is striking them, and they're gaining some sort of higher, like deeper insight or higher perspective on something. And it's pushing them to do something or approach something in a different way because they don't want to get sucked back into an energy that they already had to work hard to pull themselves out of. Okay. So Neptune and Mars, there's a lot of... So this person's energy is the only two major arcana cards on the table. So they are definitely going through something that is bigger than them. It's like Neptune, some sort of love, some sort of higher love could be really like the catalyst or activating their masculine energy in some sort of way. But they could also be going through a phase of like a little bit of confusion, because there could be a lot of deep repressed emotion that is coming up as they gain this insight, or as they kind of peel back the layers of themselves, or that just happens through whatever this tower is. But I'm seeing something strikes them and hits them, and they realize how they have been keeping themselves from what they really want, which I think is experiencing something that is actually stable and deep and more meaningful. So they could have been, because of fear of intimacy, due to, you know, the repression of trauma or something, or some past experience, they could have gotten addicted to more superficial or casual sorts of connections, for instance, when really what they want is something deeper. And I feel like if that's the case, then something deep, which could be your energy, did come into this person's awareness, and it kind of made them wake up and acknowledge, I can't just offer those really shallow parts of myself and expect to get what I actually want. And if I don't do that in this situation, then maybe I'm going to lose that opportunity. So it kind of forced them to look and acknowledge something that they weren't really seeing before, is what I'm seeing. Okay, so the energy that you are in is the Five of Swords in reverse. And it came out with this oracle card. It says depth, energy, supernatural, potency, and crone. So you're not playing, huh? Okay. Cappy's not fucking playing around. I mean, when are you really? But I think there's something here that you do see clearly. I think you see that this person approaches situations from a place of still being wounded or still being in pain over some sort of past injustice. You see that they are open in certain ways. Like they're open to be, you know, the femme fatale or the siren, or they're open to being this like, again, it's coming through as like a sexual or an energy of like desire or lust, but not something that is going to actually be deep and fulfilling long term. Yeah, see, they're not really willing to give. See, so the Queen of Stones or the Queen of Pentacles here in reverse with the Six of Pentacles in reverse, it's like they don't give to what could actually be like wifey or hubby material, but they are comfortable giving to things that are more shallow or just based on, you know, sex. But it's ultimately not things that are going to get them where they truly want to be, and keep them in sort of like a disappointed energy because they keep on pursuing or only giving parts of themselves that are subpar. So they're not fully investing or applying themselves, and so then they're not getting to where they really want to be. But you have like a read on this person. You see through something. You can read the energy the energy between you and this person might be quite deep and potent. So you can, yeah, the High Priestess, you can really tap into it. And you see through any sort of manipulation, bullshit, lies, or any sort of front that this person leads with. It's like, you're like, yeah, that's nice, but I'm literally like an X-ray machine for humans. So I'm just looking right through you, because that's basically what the High Priestess is. And you're like, I'm not even looking at you and what you're presenting to me. I'm reading the depth of the energy, and I understand that this is coming from something deeper. It's like you have seen in this person something that they haven't seen in themselves. This person may be someone who has convinced themselves that sex is intimacy, when really sex is physical intimacy, you know, but then there's also emotional, mental, spiritual, all of these other forms of intimacy that exist that kind of need to be balanced alongside physical intimacy, right? But I see you not playing any games. You're not interested in lies, manipulation. You're not going to argue with this person either. I don't know why that's coming up. Maybe the two of you got into it over something. But I feel like if you did, it was this person not being able to see where they were really coming from or why, or being maybe defensive or in their ego. But I think even that you have a level of grace for, because you're like, well, they don't really have an awareness that they're triggered, you know? You seem to be in a very peaceful energy because you see, you understand what is happening here, even though this person is kind of being, their whole world is kind of being shook by this realization. So in the recent past, the Three of Swords in reverse, and in the near future, the Queen of Swords in reverse. Okay, what's the Three of Swords in reverse in the recent past here for Capricorn? I feel like some sort of pain was released, or you gained a new perspective on what has been creating pain or conflict in a certain situation. That's too many cards. This is coming through as like insight gained into the situation and the energy though. And I feel like it was intuitive. It could have come through in the form of a download, maybe a dream, but it shifted someone's perspective or understanding of the situation, because I think that they came to more deeply understand someone else's pain. So maybe you didn't know that this person had gone through trauma or something, and then you found something out and you were like, oh, that makes sense now. It makes sense why they kind of deflect, or why they are only willing to go so deep, or I don't know. It's coming through as like a deeper understanding of pain, and then you almost not taking something personally because of that. Yeah. It's like you're willing to give this person grace because you see that there's a part of them that is fundamentally like unhealed, you know? I think you see that this person needs some love, patience, and understanding because they are working through something, and you can feel that in the energy. So there could have been something where there was a conversation and this person may have, I don't know how to explain this any other way, but they're coming through as like a wounded animal type, you know? And if you get too close to a wounded animal, sometimes you get scratched, sometimes you get bit, right? And it's because they're scared. It's because they have been traumatized or abused, and they are sort of in that really like defensive, scared state. It's almost like you're seeing this person that way. But I think there was a conversation where maybe some hurtful things were said, because you see how this Page of Swords has some arrows shot through her. I'm seeing this as being like a conversation where maybe you ended up being a little bit collateral damage to this person. But it's like whatever happened, you saw through their energy in such a way that you gained a higher perspective on what is going on with them, why they're not really in their power. And it's like you you took a moment to ground into the energy and realize the truth that this person's behavior has everything to do with their own internal state and where they're at with themselves, and it wasn't personal, right? That doesn't mean give everybody who is a dick a hall pass because someone hurt you one time, but it is saying that I think something happened to soften you. I think you saw this person's fear. I think you saw, maybe for the first time, they really showed you, or you really became aware of how scared this person actually is of true intimacy. And you recognize that there is a valid reason behind that, you know? What's this Queen of Swords in reverse in the near future then? Why is that here? The Fool. Someone's getting out of their head and they are able to move forwards and pick a path from a place other than fear. I don't know if that is this person. I have a feeling that it is, though. I have a feeling that they're being hit with this truth. They're seeing, yeah, they're going into themselves here with the Hermit. They're seeing what has caused this addiction, this imbalance, this lack of temperance in some area of their life. And they're choosing to bravely move beyond that. They're not returning to, they're not letting themselves get sucked back into a way that they used to be, which maybe was hardened, which maybe was, like, again, very surface level, very superficial, indulgent in some sort of addiction, but again, as a means of blocking out what was really going on underneath. I think that this person is going through, they're applying some really deep healing to themselves. And I honestly think that your understanding and patience is a defining factor that's allowing them to do this. That's why we do have to have discernment sometimes to see, like, to hold space for people, to not just match their energy, where if someone pushes you away, you're like, well, fine, fuck you too then, and then you just peace out, you know? It's like, people don't really get better that way, and sometimes people do that kind of thing on purpose, and they inflict pain on you on purpose. But other times, most times, people are acting from a space of personal woundedness. And the way that we can help other people heal is by holding space for their woundedness, saying, you know, I can still have my own healthy boundaries and not allow you to hurt me, but I can also still empathize with the fact that you've gone through some shit that fucked you up, you know, and that you're still on your own personal healing journey. That's what ultimately helps people get better, because it helps them address what they need to address without that crippling shame that is so often attached to those wounds, right? Because oftentimes people, they get triggered, they act out, they hurt other people around them, or they hurt themselves, and they don't feel good about that, you know? There's oftentimes a lot of shame or guilt that's connected to actions that we take when we're triggered, because it's not who we really are. I feel like someone is taking a leap out in faith in the near future here. Yes, to create more balance and temperance in their life. Because they realize that they haven't been in a state of that. They've been actually actively blocking themselves from that. So this is someone cutting out an old coping mechanism and bravely sort of choosing to cut through the illusion and take action that will lead them in a new direction, which is pretty powerful. I love that. Love to see it. So the Eight of Pentacles is your advice. So this is keep on putting the work into something because it's going to pay off. Put the work into something and it will pay off. The energy that you are applying to something is not going nowhere. Okay, so tell me about this Eight of Pentacles. The Queen of Wands in reverse. I feel like you're helping someone work through their insecurities, or you're holding space for someone's insecurities to exist so that they can integrate, accept, release them, you know, work through them. It's kind of like sustaining a safe space of non-judgment out of love and empathy for somebody. The Three of Pentacles, Justice, and the Lovers in reverse. Aww. You are helping someone gain power and control over their fear so that they can act out of love instead. You're helping someone build and call in what they're actually worthy of, what they actually desire, but have been getting in their own way, surrounding or denying themselves because they've been stuck in this space of, you know, fight or flight, or living in survival mode, or living from a space of constantly needing to run from the things that they have repressed and pushed down and not been able to face. I don't think that anyone has truly given this person a safe space to unravel these things. And this is not trauma dumping. Let's get that straight. This is someone who is putting in the active, conscious, and intentional work to heal themselves. And you are just supporting them by holding a non-judgmental, safe space so that they know that they can move forwards and they can be open and they have a safe space to grow and evolve. They don't need to worry about being judged, being misunderstood, being labeled, all of these things. I think that this is someone opening up to you and essentially accepting the help that you're offering, even if that is just in the form of, again, creating and holding a safe space for this person to address something that has been very heavy that they've been carrying for a long time. I love that. Good job, Cap. You're using your strength for good. We love to see it. That's what I see, though. I'm gonna move on to Aquarius, but I love that. I love it. Making the world a better place. Look at you go. Okay. We're moving on to Aqua. My Aqua babies. Where you at? Where you at? And how are my Aquarians feeling? What's up, Rewire Your Fire? How are you feeling with Pluto having moved officially into your sign? Are you ready for 20 years of intense transformation? It's gonna be fun. Okay. Let's see. What does Aqua need to know? You're always on time for Aquarius. What's up, babes? Cap Moon, Aries rising. Oh, Jesus. God bless you. Sending that Cap Moon all of the love. Tough placement to have. Okay. Let's see. What does Aqua need to know? Aw. Aqua. That's too many cards. Don't need that many. Why are they not coming out? Okay. All right. Okay. Tell me more about the engaging energy around Aqua at this time. Let's see. Okay. Tell me a little more about Aquarian's energy here, please. All right. Let's see. Let's talk about it, Aqua. Let's talk about it. 5, 8. Hello, Aquarius. How are you doing, my beautiful babes? I hope you are so well. So, this is pretty interesting energy. Let's get into it. Let's see what's happening that wants to be highlighted for you. So, the primary engaging energy around you is coming through as the 5 of Cups. Someone that you're connected to is going through it. They are in their current state is they are grieving, they are mourning something. Okay. they're experiencing some sort of disappointment in love, but it almost feels as though it's something that they kind of had a part in creating here. And these are the cards that came out with that Five of Cups. So there's two quotes. So George Orwell, perhaps one did not want to be loved so much as to be understood. And then there is this Pema Chodron. Lean into the sharp points and fully experience them. The essence of bravery is being without self-deception. Wisdom is inherent in understanding emotions. So there's someone that is grieving, but they are actually actively kind of being either forced or they are intentionally leaning into the sharpest points within them, maybe the most uncomfortable things to look at. I feel like this person is conjuring up some sort of courage within them to not lie to themselves. They are specifically looking at the heavier emotions that they're being faced with at this time, and they're trying to make sense of what those want to teach them. I think there is also an element to this person, though, where what they're really seeking at this time is not necessarily just like warm, fuzzy emotion or even love. They really want to be seen. They really want to feel understood. What else can you tell me about this engaging energy? Okay. Yeah, they're gaining some sort of higher understanding, and it's through suspending judgment of themselves, of the situation, of you, of whatever it is that they really need to look at. They're trying not to judge so that their mind can open, but they are facing a lot of fear, a lot of conflict, a lot of chaos within themselves. But it is in the pursuit. It's not for nothing. They're not just diving into their shadow, into their depths, and like allowing themselves to be consumed. This is someone who is, it's like Frodo. They're like, I'm not going to Mordor for no reason. I've got a mission and something that I'm going to achieve from this journey, right? So this person is kind of like, let's go, let's dive to the bottom of my Mariana's Trench, the darkest, deepest point within me, where something has been repressed, some sort of pain is bubbling up from. They're going there so that they can innately understand themselves better through understanding emotions that they have not been willing to look at. They're doing this in order to empower themselves so that they can move forwards in their life in a way that they've been putting off. The energy that you are in is the Ace of Cups, and then this oracle card came out. It's the Tunnel of Delulu, but luckily for you, it came up in reverse. So you are not deluded. You are seeing something very clearly, and you are in the energy of love. I think you see this person more than they know. I feel like this person might think that you're in the dark about them, that you don't have patience or understanding or enough maybe depth to truly hold space for them that they need right now. It's almost giving the energy of someone that has, like removed themselves or severed themselves off from you so that they can go do all this heavy work by themselves because they're not comfortable doing it. They could have strong Scorpio energy, but it doesn't feel like they're comfortable facing this grief, or they don't think that you would understand. The volume is low. I'm right next to my laptop, so it shouldn't be. Because the speaker is like right there. But yeah, is the volume low for all of you guys? Let me know. You might want to like reload the page or something, Lana. But it shouldn't be. I have no way of making it louder because I'm already right in front of my laptop. But there's something that you do see clearly, and it's because you're seeing from a space of love and understanding. But I don't think that this person, it's like they don't understand that love and sight or deep understanding can take place simultaneously almost. So they're almost seeing that it has to be, it's okay. Okay. I don't know. It's kind of like they're feeling like it has to be one or the other in some sort of way. Like someone cannot be with me in the depths of emotion while still being able to comprehend intellectually what I'm going through. But I feel like you're in the energy of unconditional love, and you're Aquarius. So you're kind of in the energy of high intelligence and not being deluded, and also in the energy of pure love. So I think this person is just, they're not seeing you as being as expansive as you really are. And maybe they're not seeing you as being able to offer everything that you truly can offer. But I do see that you're very balanced in your approach, and that you are offering this person, or you do want to offer this person love. And it's very genuine. It's the kind of love that is so balanced in itself that it doesn't need to ask for anything in return. So it's truly unconditional love. Luna, hold on one second. My cat just is getting into something. Get out of there. Get out. Dirty ass bitch. Okay, she keeps on going into the room where there is like a toilet plunger, and it's like wrapped up in a garbage bag. I don't know why it is, but it's like in the back of the laundry room. And the other day I found her like laying on it. I was like, ew, and why? Like, it was still in the garbage bag, but I was like, you are a disgusting, dirty ass, freaky ass bitch, and you need to not. We draw the line at bodily excretion, okay? Anyways, she was just trying to go back to it, so I was like, fucking excuse me, that's not happening, bruh. Anyway, too much information perhaps, but we're going there anyways. Okay, so tell me more about this Ace of Cups energy that Aquarius is in. So you're clear, you're in love. Luna is a Cancer, which makes sense because her name is Luna, and she looks like the moon. She's like white with like little gray spots that look like craters all over her. She's cute as fuck. A little bit of a shyster, but she's adorable. Okay, tell me more about Aquarian's energy, please. Come here, you dirty little booger. Hi, you freaky girl. She's jumping up on the ledge. Hi. Want to say hi? I'll show you her. It's up here. Loons, what are you doing? Living her best life. Just doing her thing. That's Luna. My familiar and bestie in this life. All right. So, she has blessed you, Aquarius, with her aura. It's the first time she's come out here tonight, so feels special. Yeah, tell me more about Aquarian's energy. Oh, okay. The Queen of Cups in reverse. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse. Because you see the truth of something and you see that someone is in need, you could also have Capricorn in your chart. This is kind of reminding me a little bit of their reading. It's like someone is not capable of returning this really pure offering of love back to you at this time, but you're offering it to them anyways. You're offering it to them because you can see that they need it, and you're offering it to them as a gift, not as a means of like keeping score. Like, if I give you this love, you better give me love back, because ultimately that's not unconditional love, and that's not what love is really about. Now, you are not deluded, right? You know what you're doing. So this is like you are, it's almost like a donation, right? Where you are giving something and you're not expecting anything in return to someone who needs that thing, right? This person is not able to put the work in to offer you this kind of love back right now, because they're in the depths of their own grief and trying to understand those heavier emotions. But I think you understand inherently that it's like, I can offer you love and help you feel seen through offering you that love, because maybe you will realize that I'm offering it with no strings attached from this very pure place, because I can see and understand how badly you do need it. You know what I mean? It's almost like you're hoping that they will understand that you understand them through this offering of love, and that maybe they will, I don't know, maybe it will strengthen them in some sort of way or help them in what they are currently dealing with. And that's really beautiful, Aqua. I love it. Okay. In the recent past is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Why is that here? For some reason, this is coming through as both of you being triggered, or both of you being kind of insecure over something. Three of Swords in reverse. The Devil in reverse. Temperance. Okay. Something happened here in the past that needed to happen. It's almost like a situation triggered both of you, but it caused you to see some sort of toxic connection that you have to pain, or the way that you perceive pain. Now, this person could have noticed or could have gotten triggered and then realized that they haven't even been looking at their pain or understanding their own pain. So then how can they expect somebody else to truly understand them? And it's like something about this person, they do really long to be understood, and they almost perceive that, and I agree with them, understanding, being understood as a huge part of what it is to be loved, right? Because only when you truly take the time to understand someone can you actually consider them, and consideration is a big part of love. Can you only then can you actually show up in a tempered, balanced way to give them what they truly need most, or to take into consideration what it is that they truly need most. So there's something here where both of you, your perspective on the way that you've been thinking about a toxic or painful situation shifted dramatically, but I feel like it shifted through a situation that triggered you both. Yeah. In the near future is the Star in reverse. So that is your energy. It's also the energy of someone that is still not healed. They're still doing the healing work. Tell me more about this energy here. It's almost coming through as if, like, you know how most people I think would believe that it's like you shouldn't get into a relationship if you or the other person is not healed, right? If you're still in the middle of doing deep healing work, then the majority of people I feel like would say you should avoid that person. That person's probably going to hurt you, or, you know, you should find someone that is in more of a stable and balanced place, blah, 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 yada, yada. But I feel like the truth is that when we love people well in the depth of their most insecure moments, we are a very powerful catalyst, or we have the potential to be, to catalyze massive change and get energy moving and help people gain a higher perspective, because that is that kind of transcendent, sacrificial love that can actually create miracles, or it can change the world, because it doesn't fucking make sense. You know what I mean? It's easy to come in and offer love with the price tag on it that, okay, well, you're going to pay me back with this love. But people will start to really scratch their head and have to think about things differently when you offer love with no expectation of getting anything in return. When you actually offer unconditional love to someone, that's when they are forced, generally, unless they're too hardened to, do this, but most people will stop in their tracks and be like, that doesn't make any sense. Why am I pushing this person away? Or they're seeing that I am in a state of maybe defensiveness, or I'm not able to fully invest in them, but they're still choosing to selflessly invest in me or offer me something of great value from a pure hearted place. It's usually the fact that it doesn't make sense to people that will stop them and have them kind of take a closer look, and that can create a really powerful change. So it's almost like in the near future, I feel like you're embracing this person where they are at, even if that's in a place where they are not completely healed, even if that's where they're in a place where they are working through something heavy, or they're in the midst of mourning, because you can see where this person is and you believe in them. You're like, I think that, I see that you're not there yet, but I feel that you can succeed, you can get through this. And it's almost like you want to validate and support this person. This is a very pure love that you have for this person. And it's like you're willing to invest, even if maybe you're not getting the emotional response you desire, or you're not getting a commitment that you desire, or it's like you're willing to prioritize someone over yourself and make some sort of compromise from a place of love. Your advice is the Seven of Pentacles. I feel like you know what you're investing in, I feel like you know that this is not a useless investment. You are giving to this, even though maybe it's not the easiest, because you see beyond. You see like the value in sharing this love, or you just see the value in this person to the degree that you want to love them, even if they may not be able to meet you on that level right now, even if they may never be able to meet you on that level. It's not about the eventual payback, right? It's not, you're not thinking about that. But your advice is that you're not deluded. You are in a place of unconditional, beautiful love. You do know what's up. And I think you know how powerful holding a space of understanding and acceptance and non-judgment for this person's current experience it actually is, So yeah, you're being advised to continue investing in whatever this is, because I think that you're right. It's true power, right? True strength. Can you tell me more about that Seven of Pentacles? Two bulls outside your window. One is licking the other, kind of giving it love and affection. The other one is just standing still and enjoying it. Aw. That's adorable. What do you see? Seven of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles in reverse. The Ace of Pentacles. Choose the path of giving for the sake of giving. Do not have expectations. Do not have assumptions. If you truly have this pure unconditional love for someone, then that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You see someone in need, you know that you have something that can help them, and because you love them deeply, you are letting go of the need to be repaid, and you are still giving what you have to the situation. And it's beautiful. But this is like actual physical investment of energy. So it's time, energy, investment. Hey, that's not for you, butt face. You're letting go of expectation and you're letting go of judgment, and you're deciding to continue investing in someone because you want to, because you're passionate about them, because you're passionate about their growth and their healing, and because it's coming from a space of personal balance and love that you have to give. And you're being advised to just lean into that because it's fucking beautiful and powerful, honestly. All right, we're moving on to Pisces. I love you so much, Aquarius. Look at you already out here changing the world with your revolutionary love. Look at you, you freaking humanitarians. We love it. In Vedic, I am an Aquarius sun, so. And I have Aquarius Mercury in tropical. Here we go. Pisces gang, what's up? All right. Let's see what's happening for my fishies. My fellow fishies. Are we swimming like angelfish? Are we swimming like sharks? You're welcome. Are we swimming like both? Let's see. I think that Luna went into the washroom and she might need me to turn the sink on for her to drink. So let me just go check on that and I'll be right back, okay? She's bougie like that. She only drinks from the sink. Give me 1 second to deal with my bougie ass cat. Let's see. She was, in fact, waiting for the sink to be turned on. What's that? Okay, tell me about Pisces. What needs to be highlighted for Pisces at this time? Okay. Let's see. Let's get just some oracle cards here and then we'll get into it. Tell me about Pisces energy. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Let's see. All right. Hi, Pisces. How are you doing, beautiful? All right. Let's take a look at this current situation that wants to be highlighted surrounding you at this time and get you some insight and information on it that will hopefully be helpful. So the engaging energy is coming up for you as the 10 of coins. So this is beautiful. This is either, well, yeah, this is someone that you have a very abundant or expansive energy with, someone that you could build a family with, someone that you're very much on par with, you're equal with this person. You could kind of build a legacy with them. You could be very abundant and expansive together with them. And it came out with this card that says, when you are congruent with your own essence, you're not trying to convince people of it, you're just being it. So the energy that is surrounding you is someone who is very sure of themselves. They're not trying to prove themselves to anyone because they've done a certain level of healing and they know themselves. So they are kind of just in this energy of true assuredness and confidence, where they are like, I can show up and I don't need you to validate me. I don't need you to give anything back to me. I know that I'm in alignment. I know that I'm on my path. I know that I'm in my truth. It's a very confident, not showy, but confident, natural energy of someone who is calibrated with their true essence. Is kind of the best way that I can say this. And for that reason, this person has life force energy just kind of flowing through them. And they're very aligned with karma, with their destiny. They're on their path. This is probably someone who's inspired and moving towards like their North Node energy. They are definitely moving towards and calling in abundance though, and they're not even having to work that hard for it, because it is their natural energy of abundance that they're radiating that is kind of pulling these things towards them. So we love to see it. It's beautiful. The energy that you are in here is the Three of Cups in reverse, and this quote, which says, killing myself just to understand you. Three of Cups in reverse, killing myself just to understand you. And then the back of this card says, I'm in between right now, but with patience, there will be justice. Okay, so that's a message, I feel like maybe from you, or if this is reversed, then keep in mind that that's a possibility. You could be the person that I talked about first. So take it how it resonates for you. But I'm going to speak as if this is you though, okay? So the Three of Cups in reverse, killing myself just to understand you. I feel like there's a chasm that you feel between yourself and somebody else. You could be in this space where you feel like you are not aligned with your true nature, or it's just not flowing effortlessly and abundantly. Because you are in some sort of in between, like you're in the middle of a deep transition. So it's not because you're not trying, it's not because you're a bad person, but it feels more like it's just because you are you're going through some sort of major transition. And you're having to go deep into yourself through this, and I feel like you're having to kind of look at your own insecurities, fears, woundedness, and allow that to kind of be a teacher to you. So pain might be a teacher to you at this time. You could be focused, yeah, the star in reverse, on unhealed places within you. You could be facing some deep fears, some insecurities. But with the Three of Cups in reverse, there's this energy of kind of feeling disconnected or alone in this process, maybe feeling unsupported. You might feel like you put so much effort into trying to understand someone else, but it just didn't come together, or maybe they weren't able to offer you the same patience and understanding that you gave them. Tell me more about this energy that Pisces is in. The Three of Coins. You do want to build and create something and cooperate with this person, though. I think it's just that you feel insecure about your current state of being in between. It's almost like you are saying, like, let's put a pin in this. Let's put a wedge in this. There's something that you feel separation from and that doesn't feel good to you. You don't want to be in this state of separation, but you're almost like, it has to be this way for now. I'll come back to it and I'll try to build it later. With patience, there will be justice. So it's almost like I need to realize that my current state is going to require some patience, and that if this person would have to be willing to offer me patience and understanding as well. But there's this part of you that doesn't necessarily feel like they are willing to do that. You feel like you have exerted a lot of energy trying to understand them, and they have not done the same thing for you. You feel like they haven't been committed in some sort of way. That they kind of just want to keep on moving forwards. If something doesn't bring them peace or abundance, that they're very okay with, like, that. You're seeing this person as having a strong cutoff game. And for that reason, you're kind of struggling to take them seriously, as being like emotionally loyal. But the thing is, this person is in a very stable and committed and grounded energy. They very much are honoring their true essence and drawing in a lot of abundance. So I'm not sure that that is completely accurate, that perception of them. Okay. The Seven of Pentacles is in the recent past, and the World in reverse is in the near future. So tell me more about this Seven of Coins. Seeds were planted, something started growing, the sun was shining on it, and there was action forward that was being taken here in the recent past to bring something to fruition together. I feel like a joint kind of, it's like you were moving towards this ultimate goal of the 10 of Coins with this person, but you were in this state of investment or of planting the seeds and building. Tell me more about that. Okay, the Five of Swords in reverse and the Star. The two of you were trying not to play games with each other. You were healing, and you were both invested in the mutual healing. But I feel like some sort of triggering fear-based situation happened that caused you both to stop giving. It's like fear overtook the energy of healing, and it threw off the progress that was being made, is what I'm feeling. This feels as though both people were committed and investing, but then there was something that triggered fear here. And then with the Six of Pentacles in reverse, the energy was revoked or pulled back. What is the World in reverse in the near future? Feels like something's not over, though. The Ten of Wands, the Sacred Feminine, the Devil in reverse, Seven of Swords in reverse, Ace of Swords, Knight of Cups. Someone is coming in, and I feel like it's the Divine Feminine here. Or someone who is just strongly in their Divine Feminine energy. They can be a masculine, it doesn't matter. But there's a cycle that's not closed, and it's not meant to be closed between the two of you. But it requires like a boldness of action, or someone being brave enough to break out of some sort of triggered state or oppressive state. It's basically like using love, the Divine Feminine, and intuition to overcome or break out of the repression of this toxic pattern, right? It's like the trigger kind of puts you both, I feel like, in this cage. And whoever this energy is that's strongly in their Divine Feminine, they are choosing to use like love to let themselves out of this cage and move towards somebody else to span the distance, because they feel like something is not closed out, the World in reverse. And it's almost like they're carrying the weight. They're choosing to take on like more weight in order to be like the first one to make the move. So this would be like, let's say there has been like a bit of a falling out between you and somebody else, and there's still distance between you, but you can tell that this person is maybe going through something, or that they do still want to build with you. They just don't know how to approach it because they were triggered, or they feel like they're exhausted trying to understand you because you also are triggered. You know, it's kind of just coming through as like a situation where both people are doing deep healing, and so there needs to be compromise and grace and space held for each other. But one person is choosing to amplify the feminine energy of love to break through something toxic or a pattern or something that is repressing or oppressing. They're essentially choosing to bear the weight, to make the first move, or to change the circumstances, is what that feels like. So your advice is the Eight of Cups here. But this person, it feels like in the near future, they're coming in to cut through some sort of illusion with the truth. But the truth is like a truth spoken in love. The truth is so powerful because this person is coming in wearing the truth in their heart, on their sleeve. You know what I mean? Like, this person has enough love within themselves that they can bear the weight and make like this sacrifice to move forwards and offer love and truth to somebody else from a disarmed place, even though the two of you both may have been equally triggered, if that makes sense. So tell me more about this Eight of Cups for Pisces advice. Liberation. Yeah, see, it's not walking away from the situation. It's releasing emotional disappointment or a level of unfulfillment that was making you defensive towards each other. One person is choosing to liberate themselves, to transform with this Plutonian energy of judgment here. And they're choosing to walk away from the disappointment of the past, walk away or release truly and fully the triggers and the pain of the past that was creating a defensiveness. The Ten of Swords in reverse and the Seven of Wands. And they're offering love instead with this Ace of Cups. This is what you are. I feel like that person is you, I'm not going to lie, that is making that move. And this is actually your advice, but it's interesting that I was speaking as if it's something that you already are doing. So you could be like you could already be very decided that you are taking this action. And Spirit is basically just validating and saying, fuck yeah, you should do what you're gonna do, because it's gonna be good, right? So I feel like this is something that you're either already doing it, or it's already set in motion, or basically you've decided to the degree that you're like, I'm not backing out. I've already concluded that this is something I'm going to do. Okay. Is there anything else that Pisces needs to know? about this situation. It's resonating for you. The King of Swords, the Two of Swords in reverse, the Ten of Cups in reverse. And then the Queen of Swords. Yeah. Okay. It's like you understand why somebody made the choice to deny moving forwards emotionally or to put a pin in some sort of relationship. You're gaining clarity surrounding that through discernment is what I feel like. It's not taking the weight of something that is someone else's, Haley. It's you bearing the responsibility to like make the first move, even though both people are triggered, is what that would be. It's not like you're taking on their healing or their heaviness. It's just you bearing the burden. It's like relationships are not always 50-50. They're not always completely balanced at 100% of the time within that relationship, right? Like overall, there should be a balance. But there's going to be periods within that connection where one person needs more support than the other. One person is mourning, one person is struggling, one person is facing a challenge that the other person is not. And essentially, this would just be the person who is not struggling saying, okay, it's my turn to compromise and show up for this other person, my partner or my teammate, right? Sort of realizing that like, I'm just not going to let that person drown. You know what I mean? Like I'll pick up the slack because why? Because we're in this together, you know? And I trust that if I need you to give me love in my weak moments, that you would do the same for me. That's kind of the energy. You're seeing some sort of you're gaining some sort of understanding about why a decision was made that you didn't initially understand. Anything else? Yeah, you didn't have the answer to this before. It's like it seemed manipulative to you. It didn't make sense to you before, whatever this was. But you're gaining a higher understanding and it's coming through love. And I feel like it's allowing you to approach this situation from a place of personal emotional fulfillment and security and rise above like some sort of conflict, or I feel like it was an internal conflict that wasn't really allowing you to approach the situation or understand the best way to approach a situation. But I feel like you now understand how to approach it without making the mess bigger, without creating more chaos, without further triggering or something along the lines of that, if that makes sense. And you're being advised to continue down that path because you do see accurately what is needed and the situation will benefit from that. Okay? Yeah, the Two of Cups. See? This person is very much, you are equal. There's a balance, right? So even if there is not a balance in the situation currently, there's an innate balance between the two of you and a recognition between the two of you, I feel like. And that is what you're taking action based on, more so. Okay. I love that, Pisces, and I love you. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I'm going to move on to my super chat question now for Haley, but I appreciate you guys being here as always. If you want to go to my main YouTube page, I have like 3 other all signs that I'm going to be going live for that are coming up within the next like week and a half or something. So they're all on different topics. So if you want to go check that out and see what's coming up and when I will be live so that you can come hang out with me and be my friend, then I would absolutely love that. So please do that if you're interested. But thank you for being here tonight and for trusting me with your energy. I love you. To Pluto and back. And let's see about this super chat. The current energy in your love life. Okay. You're welcome, Daniel. See you next time. Okay. Let me go turn off the sink because Luna was still drinking from it. Pluto and back. Okay, Haley. Let me turn the sink off and then we will get down to business with this. Oh my gosh. Django is so freaking adorable right now. My Rottweiler. He's just so cute. I love his fuzzy little... Actually, nothing about his head is little. His head weighs enough to like crush you underneath it. But he is still adorable. All right, Haley, let's see. 6, 16, 30. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Current energy. Of Haley's love life. Let's see. Let's get 4 cards. I'm feeling a 4. We'll clarify with the Oracle. The 7 of Cups. Okay, lots of options, lots of open potential here. This could also be about fantasizing or about visualizing because you are open or not super committed to one specific thing. There are options, there's potential, and so it's kind of like taking that raw potential and kind of asking yourself, what do I want to dream into existence? Because everything is open to me. I don't know if I actually showed you. What else? Yeah, the 4 of Pentacles in reverse. It's like you're leaning into possibility as you release something else that you were tightly holding on to. So there's an energy that's opening up. Especially, I'm doing a super chat question because I'm done all of the signs. So as soon as I'm done this, I will add the timestamps and then you'll be able to just skip wherever you want to go. But yeah, I'm done the reading for the signs, just so you know. Okay. No problem. Yeah, that will be up in like 5 minutes. So just give me a second to do that. But let's see. Get 2 more cards. Woo. Okay. Judgment in reverse and the 2 of Pentacles. Okay. I feel like you haven't made your mind up about something because you do have options, right? But it's like you're not trying to make any super definitive judgment calls at this time. I'm not seeing this as being negative. I'm seeing this as you getting more comfortable with having options or with being open to the possibility. So it's almost like not being judgmental about your own openness and indecision right now surrounding love. Not feeling like you need to rush to pick an option or to nail something down. It's like you're giving yourself the space needed to release what you had been holding on to so that you can embrace the true extent of possibility here for you. So let's get some oracle cards to get more information on that. Tell me about the 7 of Cups. I like this. It's coming through as a really free-flowing energy. It's almost like after something had been stagnant or distorted almost or limited in your energies here, something is starting to simplify, align, and kind of flow again more naturally. So more options, more potential, I feel like are going to be coming into you, because this is very much like having options, having choices. Both of these cards, especially together, really talk about that. But it's like, I don't see you being in this crazy stressed out state where you feel pressured to like cuffing season, you know? It's like, I'm just going to kind of allow things to reveal themselves to me. I'm going to try to not make any really sudden judgment calls. I'm not rushing into anything. I'm kind of just letting it flow. Yeah. Yeah, so you have this card that says, only to the extent that we expose ourselves over and over to annihilation can that which is indestructible be found in us. So it's like you're embracing the unknown. You're embracing maybe being, right? You're letting go of something which could be seen as destruction or annihilation, but it's also at the same time realizing that destruction is a form of creation. Or when we go through things that break us down, or cause us to shed things, or cause things to kind of be shaken away from us, right? Those were things that were not solid to begin with, or those were things that were not integrated or not aligned with us. And what is left is what is truly strong and an indestructible part of you that is meant to stay, right? So you could feel as though something was like ripped from you, or shaken away, or taken, or that you were broken down or annihilated, so that it was really for the purpose of being able to see the truth at the core of you that is meant to stay solid and consistent. Tell me about this Two of Pentacles. Oh, I love this so much. Okay. You have self-knowledge, vision, love, force, and expansion. Yes. Yes, Haley. You're leaving space to explore and expand, right? Like you're not forcing it. You are more so embracing your own vision and the fullness of your love, realizing that that is the force that creates expansion, not like us strong arming the universe or trying to control or dictate the way that things go, even the way that relationships go, right? This is you leaning into more natural flow and openness, and more abundance and love and expansion is going to just very naturally and effortlessly kind of open up to you because of that. And then this card is coming out to clarify Judgment. In reverse, it says, love one another, but make not a bond of love. Let it rather be a moving sea between the shores of your souls. See, it's like a flow. You're not trying to grasp or hold on to something. You're just letting it come. And even when you have a connection with somebody, I feel like you're not immediately trying to like, I have to define it, I have to label it. It's more like letting love be free, because unconditional love is free. It's something that needs to be able to move and flow by itself, which it can't do when we are like confining or there's some sort of bondage between us and somebody else, right? Is there anything else? Is there a piece of advice that you can offer surrounding this to close things off here? Yeah. Just keep investing in exactly what you are investing in. It is going to get you where you want to go. What you're invested in is growing. The seeds that you are planting now are going to take you somewhere abundant. And you're basically doing work to burn through karma, to remove yourself from, it's like you're removing tension and conflict from inside of you that was blocking you from getting what you really deserve. And it has a lot to do with realizing that no matter how badly you're annihilated, you can never truly be destroyed. And that there is this part inside of you that is your own knowledge and sureness of yourself and the love that you carry within you that can never actually be stolen. And so you don't have to hold someone in a place of bondage. You don't have to love someone conditionally or focus on like dictating the way that things go. You can just kind of let yourself breathe and allow things to flow more naturally. And I think that this is going to be really positive and abundant for you. So that is awesome. Okay, so that's what I've got for you. I am going to go now, but I am sending you all of my love, all of my beautiful chaotic vibes, you know, manic pixie fairy vibes. But yeah, thank you for being here. Again, check out some of the lives and the all signs that I'm going to be doing over the next like week or 10 days to come. If any of them pique your interest, then show up and hang out with me again, because I love having you. Mwah! I am sending you all of the love, and I will talk to you guys again very soon, okay? Have a wonderful night or day wherever you are, and I'll see you next time.